Welcome, everybody. This is Claude. I am talking with Justin. Today's topic is Occupy Wall Street.
Yes,
So,
I'm here.
uh, Justin is here. So just for
I'm the
people who
naive
don't know,
man on the street.
he's the man on the street. I am the slightly less naive man who has been who has been engaged in the Occupy Wall Street movement and the story and sort of what's been going on since it started. First and foremost, I would recommend everybody go to the Occupy Wall Street Wikipedia page, which of course, as every good Wikipedia page has great information on what's been going on. It's a great way to get an overview because I feel like since this thing is so new, people have a lot of questions. People are not sure what it is. People are rightfully so hesitant to endorse or join any new movement or group, which I think you should be skeptical of of things like that. But hopefully on this podcast we'll talk about what this thing is, why you should be supporting it. So just as a general overview,
I'll just point out that I wasn't paid to do this by the Occupy Wall Street movement, so my questions will be real. I'm not gonna pretend to be converted or something. I just realized it kind of sounded like that. Sounded like a weird setup.
Like by the end of the podcast, I'm going to convince you to.
Like an infomercial or something where they're selling like some kind of juice maker or something. At the beginning, I'm like, I don't really need a juice maker. Why don't you show me what it can do? And
it's like, fruit and vegetables. How can I juice them? There's no easy way.
Exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, so I'm not gonna.
What can your juicer do that my knife and a hammer can't?
I can't pledge to convert anyone, but what I can do, like I said, is to hopefully illustrate why you should be on the same side as the Occupy Wall Street protesters because I feel like they are fighting in general. They're fighting for what everybody wants, and I feel like unless you are super rich and making in the multi-millions or billions, and even if you are, it doesn't even exclude you really. But I feel like that's probably the first marker that might say you might not agree with what these people are talking about. But just in general, for those who aren't familiar with how this thing started, what it's about, Occupy Wall Street, as the name suggests, started, I believe it was the end of September. A group of people went down to Wall Street to occupy a park next to Wall Street called Zuccotti Park. And their big complaint, of course, was the huge influence of corporate, the huge corporate influence on our government and how that affects everyone. I'll read from the Wikipedia page because they lay it out fairly well. Occupy Wall Street is an ongoing series of demonstrations in New York City based in Zuccotti Park. Protest originally called for by the Canadian activist group Adbusters, who kind of said, "Hey, we're going to go do this thing," and it took inspiration from the Arab Spring movement, which I'm sure people are aware that happened and is still happening in various countries, North Africa and the Middle East. And the participants of the event are mainly protesting against the social and economic inequality, corporate greed, and the influence of corporate money and lobbyists on government, among other concerns. And so after, so when the protest happened, it was a very small group of people there. It wasn't getting a lot of attention. Just like any number of hundreds of other protests and movements that kind of start, no one really pays attention to them until they, need to, until there's a demand or a reason to. And it was sort of gaining a little bit of momentum. And I think the first big piece of newsworthy information was when the NYPD got, very aggressive and violent towards the protesters. and they sort of attack the protesters with by corralling them. The police form this line holding this plastic orange plastic not it's not rope but it's like a barrier. It's like a mesh barrier. So the police literally were corralling these people off of the streets and into, cornering them, and sort of chaos broke out, and the police were attacking pretty much anyone who had a video camera. They were trying to destroy their cameras, destroy record of what was going on. And of course, people, might be familiar with the fact that it was mainly the police management, the police who wear the white shirts, not the blue uniform patrol officers, but the white shirted management officers, higher ups, who were the ones who were actually kind of over aggressive, and the ones who were pepper spraying people who really weren't doing anything wrong, were being nonviolent, were not really resisting anything. And so that was the big spark, I think, that started this movement spreading around the country and around the world. Because anytime someone sees something unjust going on, most people will rightfully feel like that's a problem. That happened. Then the media started finally giving it a little bit of attention because they now had a story to tell, which was, hey, the police are attacking these people. And then that got the media to kind of look at what these people were doing down at Wall Street. What were their grievances? What were their demands? What were they trying to accomplish? And to their surprise, and to many people's surprise, there were no answers to those questions, besides the main issue of corporate greed and influence on government and politics. What's interesting about this movement is that it's self-organizing and it's leaderless. And as people who are in the movement will tell you, it's designed that way on purpose, and it's designed that way sort of to reflect how nature is self-organizing. And really what that comes down to at this point in the movement is that anyone who wants to help out, anyone who has a skill or a talent or an attribute can volunteer, from actually going down there and demonstrating and staying and helping out all of the different, each city that has an Occupy group, Occupy Los Angeles, Occupy Bloomington, Occupy San Francisco, or what have you. Every group is basically a democratic organization that specifically wants everyone's voice to be heard. So when they have their meetings, when they have committees which they've set up for various things, so they'll have political action committees, they'll have a finance committee that figures out how to get donations or money for other committees. They have any number of committee, art committee, the media committee. There's all these various ways people have sort of grouped themselves to help out their local occupation. So anyone who wants to be on those groups, I mean, if you weren't there day one, it doesn't matter. If you want to come help for 1 hour, it doesn't matter. It's so interesting to see an organization that is specifically inclusive and that rejects the idea that any one person should be above the other. And one of the big reasons that they're doing that is because they don't want this movement hijacked by anybody, by any one message, by any one influence or interest. They don't want to, for instance, have someone who's an organizer in Philadelphia who believes we need to end the Federal Reserve, believes that that's the most important thing. That's the number one action item. They don't want that person to have Occupy Philadelphia change into, let's get rid of the Fed, and now we're going to march on Washington to get rid of the Fed, and then have everybody have to agree to that in order to be a part of this. And I think it's a smart move, and sort of the corollary to this idea of it being self-organizing and leaderless is that it's a movement to promote the economic fairness of the 99%, which is to say top 1% of wealth, the people of wealth in this country, which I think have something of 40% of the wealth of the country. They are the ones who have the most power in the country, and because of corporate influence over our government, we can't get things done. We can't get things done for the people. And obviously, after the financial crisis, and it really this has been a problem for decades, but it's obviously reached a crescendo. But yeah, what's interesting about this whole idea of the 99% is that that's everybody. That's everybody basically. And I feel like everybody knows somebody who is suffering in this economy, who has been suffering. You know, and even largely speaking, institutions that have been set up in this country are broken. And we kids are born into this country, and they start in school, and they start on this path that's really this path of the American dream that is crumbled. That's another big reason that this movement has started. That you can't really succeed in this country anymore the way you used to be able to, because the powers that be have sort of engineered it that way. But that's what's interesting about this movement is the idea of the 99%, this idea of solidarity with your fellow man, that no matter what your other conflicts are, no matter what you could use to divide yourself from somebody else, that when it comes to the most important thing, everyone's lives in America, if not around the world, economic justice and economic freedom, that we're all in that most of us are in the same boat. That we need to that's the fight we need to be talking about. Social issues, I think, are secondary. If you can't find a job, if you can't feed your family, if you can't pay for college, what you think about gay marriage or what you think about any sort of social issue, I think is sort of secondary. I mean, people have to worry about their basic pursuit of happiness and survivability first. And so that's sort of the general overview of what's going on. I would also add that in my opinion, it's omni-political, which is to say that if you are on the far right, if you're in the middle, if you're on the far left, or anything in between, you're welcome, because as long as you feel and slash agree that there's too much money in politics, that the corporate influence over our lives is too much. Those are the basic tenets, I think. And so if you agree with that, I think you are the 99%. If you believe that corporations are people and should have the same rights as people, if you believe that, as Herman Cain, who is a Republican, who's running for president, Republican nominee, or potential nominee, as he said the other day, if you're not rich and if you don't have a job, it's your own fault. If you believe that, then you're the 1%. You're somebody who doesn't fundamentally want economic freedom and justice for all. And so but I think if you do believe that everybody has the right to some sort of fairness, and that the system as it is rigged for certain people, and it's rigged against other people, then you're the night. And I think that idea of solidarity, that idea of when we strip away all the extra stuff that politics puts on top of our lives, when we the division of, oh, what the problem is, immigration. Oh, what the problem is, it's this group. Oh, what the problem is, it's that group. It's those other people who aren't quite like you. That is what corporations want us to believe. That is what the people who are succeeding and profiting want us to do, is to fight amongst each other. And so that's what really gives me a sort of positive impression of this Occupy movement, is that it's not about any one ideology specifically at this point. Now, it's obviously growing, and one of the big when the we'll talk about that too, but one of the big things the media has been deriding these people, the protesters, about is there is no one demand or list of demands or coherent message, or as they say. I think there's but it is there's various people who want various things, and no one person's ideology deserves to be on top of anybody else's. No one needs to be following anybody else in this movement, which I think makes it kind of unlike anything else that sort of happened before. But with that said, I'll jump into Justin's questions as the everyman of this, and I don't obviously have all the answers, but I can comment on what I have.
Yeah. You're not an official spokesperson or anything. This is just your perspective.
That's the thing. There is no official spokesperson.
Well, yeah.
That's what the media. That's the problem the media has, because the media is set up to see a group, to find a story, to find, it has its steps to take what's going on someplace and to put it in the news, have people talk about it. There's a machine that does that. And if you don't have the right, raw materials for that machine, something like a coherent message, something like demand, something like specific leaders, something like spokespeople who they can, bring on their shows and they can get quotes from, this movement is antithetical to that, which is why I think the media is having this problem with how to cover it and sort of belittling it, because there are people who bring bongos. There is this very almost festival feel at some of these places, because what you have is a lot of young people there. You have a lot of unemployed young people, a lot of homeless young people, as well as middle-aged and older people. But it does have that, for lack of a better term, hippie quality sometimes, which is very easy to make fun of. And so you'll see on the media the people who at Wall Street dress like zombies and walk through the streets to make a point about, whatever they're making a point about, economic life in this country, and the people who dress in weird clothes, and the people who are, being naked, and the people who, as individuals, are trying to express themselves in whatever way. But to say that everybody is like that, is obviously not fair, not accurate. And again, going back to this idea of the 99%, if you have a group or a movement that is trying to incorporate 99% of everybody, you're going to get people who you disagree with. You're going to get people who you don't like. You're going to get people who you might not ordinarily want to stand next to and champion the same cause. But if you look at what the base root of the problems are in this country and around the world, it's economics. It's who has the money, who has the power, and obviously it's not the people who have it, top 1%, top 5%, who control everything, and you can see that. And anyone who's been following politics in the last couple of years, let alone decades, knows that, And the big statistic to take away from in terms of politics and money in politics is that you can accurately predict. What is it? 94% of the time, the person who wins an election is the person who has the most money. 94% of the time, in any election, whoever wins is the person who has the most money. I mean, that tells you right there the influence of money in politics. So what's on your mind with this? Because you haven't been following it that closely. I've been somewhat a part of it. Went down there. I've been following online. If you go to livestream.com and type in Occupy, you can search Occupy. You can find all the various occupied cities that have live streams, which are just phenomenal to watch. A lot of them will broadcast their meetings. Most of them have a General Assembly meeting every day where everyone who's there, all the committees, all the individuals can have a turn to talk and talk about what they're doing, and it's I mean, if you're interested in democracy, I mean, it's democracy in action. It's literally like every specific person there has a voice. No one is disenfranchised. No one, nothing gets approved without unanimous consent. So if one person in the group doesn't like something, doesn't understand something is wrong, then the whole group has to go back to the drawing board and figure it out to make sure that everyone is included in. Like I was telling Justin off podcast, that might not be feasible when you're talking about how to run a government, a federal government or a state government or anything like that. But in terms of where this is now, it's refreshing and it makes sense, and and I think it works. Tony, so what are you thinking, Justin? What are your thoughts on my little intro rant there?
All right, so I'll just say I have looked at the Wikipedia entry that's the one thing I did do. Just to, I mean, Wikipedia is not perfect, but I feel like there's a lot of, competing biases that makes Wikipedia pretty good for the most part. With I think with a volatile thing like this, it can get testy. I mean, when an issue flares up, a lot of times the Wikipedia pages will sort of reflect that. And I have noticed some of the language has been changed, but the broad outline seems to be pretty well established. Okay. So, I mean, part of this is just going to be like my particular problems, but I can probably at least, to a certain extent, speak for the common man, or woman, whatever. Okay. So first of all, this is the thing everybody says. Everybody, and by everybody I mean in the media. That there isn't a clear message, there isn't a clear purpose, or there isn't a clear goal, I guess, for this. So now, are you telling me? It seems to me like in your description, you're telling me both to a certain extent that's true, and to a certain extent that's not true. So, so maybe you should elaborate a little bit.
It's Schrodinger's cat.
Okay.
Almost. The cat is both dead and alive until you look in the box.
Well, you were sort of saying like it's a good thing, but also.
Yeah. So here's how I address that question, because that is probably the number one thing the media says, and actually says it in a derisive tone that they don't know what they want, so why should we pay attention to them? Okay, so there's reasons why there's not a coherent message, and the reason isn't a lack of organization. Like, the reason is by design that they haven't specifically said what we want is a constitutional amendment to get money out of politics, or what we want is public financing of elections, or what we want is to end the Federal Reserve, or So, and I almost feel like there's every point I'm going to make splits off into other points, but I feel like for that, the reason that, again, it goes back to this idea of the 99%. When you're getting 99% of the people together, or try to, or in theory, you're going to get a lot of people who have specific, wide-ranging issues, right? You might get someone who thinks, we need to end corporate greed, but their other most pressing issue is Israel and Palestine. And then you're going to get somebody else who thinks we should end corporate greed, but they don't give a shit about Israel and Palestine. So if you try to form a group where everyone has to agree on the basic terms, on more on more than a few basic terms, because I do think there are basic terms people agree with, you're going to lose people, right? So again, like I said before, if you can be on the same page with people about one thing, but if you keep adding other things to what everyone has to agree to, you're going to start losing people. And the most important thing about this movement is that it attracts people, that people buy into the idea that corporate greed and influence on politics is bad, and it's ruining our lives, and it's taking away our financial and economic and sort of natural resources. So I feel like on one hand, it's not demanding anything yet. It's not saying we have this one or two specific things that if we don't get it, we're going to do X, Y, Z. It's not really doing that yet. Now, that being said, I do think that once it reaches critical mass, once it's sort of everywhere it's more or less going to be, more or less everyone who's going to come out and support it has done. Once it reaches some point, which no one could have predicted when it would start, no one can really predict when that's going to come. It will have to coalesce, right? It will have to have an end goal. It will have to have some way to measure its success. But I think anyone who says they need that now, when it's been 2 weeks, they need to have these disparate people who are coming together and who weren't organized before this, who are organizing now, who are meeting each other now, who are doing this stuff now, that they have to come to the table and come to the media and be ready to go on CNN and MSNBC and Fox with their 1, 2, 3 list of demands and everything about their it's ridiculous. And I think it's great that this movement is antithetical to the media machine. I think it's great that it doesn't that there's no easy narrative for the media to tell. Now they will pick a narrative, right? But it's not exactly it's not a narrative that's going to be necessarily reflective of what's really going on. So did that kind of answer your question? I could go on, but
yeah, I mean pretty much. So
and again, that's why and I feel like people who are confused about what's going on are right, because I was like, what is this? What's going on? I was confused too, because you don't see. I'm not a historian or anything, but I don't know of any other movements that were like this, to where because we try to compare it to things that have happened before. The civil rights movement, we know what they wanted.
Yeah.
They knew when they could measure success, and those are various groups of people who were organized in various other groups who came together, for common causes and stuff like that. And so there's obviously groups that can have these very specific structures and leaders and hierarchies and goals and all this stuff. Before they even get media attention, or before they even get close to their goal, or they can spend decades organizing and finding supporters before they can get to any sort of meaningful point, right? And I think we try to compare this to that and go, well, this other group, the Tea Party knew what they wanted, or this other thing knew what they wanted. Why doesn't Occupy Wall Street know what they want? And I think we try to compare it to that. And I think you're seeing something new. You're seeing something new in America, and you see something new around the world that like I was telling you off podcast, is really a product of how information travels these days and how information connects people. Because before, a government or a special interest could squash something like this. If Occupy Wall Street had to rely on the printing press to get its message out, we wouldn't be talking about this. But the fact that you can have a direct connection to someone in another country or another city who's part of this movement, or saying the same thing, or sharing some specific information, you can have a direct connection to that the government, that a private company more or less cannot get in the way of. That is what is fundamentally, I think, driving this thing, and I think that's what is it makes it different than anything that's come before it. And the fact that it's a lot of there's two reasons I think that it's a lot of young people involved in this. One is, I think, more, generally speaking, the young people are getting the worst end of the economic crisis, because they're the ones who are starting college or in college or graduated from college without a job and moving back homes with their parents in record numbers, and this whole idea of the American dream that our grandparents sort of maybe had a full version of, and our parents had a slightly maybe less full version of, or at least access to. Not everybody actually gets it, of course, or lives it 100%, but had at least more or less an opportunity. You can see decade by decade by decade the idea of getting an education and getting a job, buying a house, having some moderate amount of economic prosperity, and sort of living your life in any sort of joyful way, that is being diminished over time. And I think young people see that. They see their futures being taken away by corporate interests, by people who, by this, the idea that we started 2 wars and then engaged in like 5 countries, and for the first time in our country's history, we lowered taxes when we started a war. You know what I mean? And that there's actual people in government who are fighting to not fund these wars, and not let alone keeping them going. But they don't want to raise taxes to pay for money we're spending killing other people. So I think that's one main reason why it's a lot of young people, because those are the ones who are sort of immediately affected by what's been going on the last couple of years, specifically. And the other thing is, technology and social media is playing a huge part, and that's the demographic who uses it the most. That's the demographic who knows it the most. And I think that is also a very huge weapon in this battle, because they're going to know they're going to be able to mobilize and use it. The same in the Arab Spring, the same in Egypt and Libya and all these countries where for decades before the domineering regimes could suppress the people by suppressing information and using misinformation. And now with Twitter and Facebook and other things, you can't do that as easily. You can't really, people can find a way to meet up and organize a protest, virtually, through the internet. So that's a huge tool. So that's the answer to your question.
I think you digressed slightly, but it was informative nonetheless. So yeah, I mean, you pretty much answered my question. As to like the status of it being incoherent or it being a clear message or list of demands or something like that.
Yeah, I think anyone who says why don't they have a clear goal or demand, I think should ask themselves why that's important at this point.
Okay. All right.
Because I feel like it's you got to give this thing time to get there, right? I mean, to not give it time to get there, I think is to be a little naive about how something like this is going to work, how something that is new in a way, this self-organizing protest is I don't know what model to point at and say it should be like this, because I feel like this is more or less a new model being created as we're watching it.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's like, I don't know. It feels like, joining the human club or something. But like, so my thing is like, I mean, there's this vague idea that it's organized around. A vague idea that like some of that 99% could conceivably disagree with, which is that corporate influence on politics is too great. And I think more generally, I guess, corporate influence on life is too great or something. I feel like there's
stratas, right?
It's not completely about politics. It's also
kind of like
about the way.
I almost picture like a bullseye, right? Like at the center of the bullseye is corporate influence on politics, and then you go out a little to the next ring, and it's general corporate influence on life. And you go out to the next ring, and it's a little bit different. But I feel like there's this strata, there's this spectrum of issues that are connected, but you can sort of pinpoint them if you want to.
Okay, so I mean, this is just a minor thing, but like, isn't it? I mean, that 99%. I mean, are they necessarily going to agree with that? I mean, when you phrase it that way, it sounds hard to disagree with. But like, I can imagine someone disagreeing with it, even if they're not.
And that's fine. And that's fine. And one of the things again that is drawing me to this movement is the positivity and the unity aspect. In that, if you watch these meetings and if you see these people, if you go down and talk to them, I mean, they, I feel like the people who are, I call them leaders, but they're not really leaders, but the people who are sort of in charge of committees or organizing or have been there from the beginning or know what's going on a bit more than somebody who's new. So many times I feel like their main job is to redirect the message back to being making sure this is nonviolent, making sure this is all inclusive, making sure that if somebody disagrees with you, it's not a chance to demonize them. If somebody if somebody disagrees with the message or your approach, it's not an opportunity to say that they're bad or they're evil. You'll see these people talk about the 1%, and this isn't let's go kill the 1%. Let's go take all the money that the 1% have. This isn't about that. Like they want, they'll say things like, we need to, make sure that the 1% wakes up. We need to make sure we bring them along with us. And there are plenty of rich people, plenty of billionaires who agree, who want to pay more taxes, who think there's too much corporate influence in politics. Just because they're successful and rich doesn't mean that they don't have a moral compass.
I guess that's the reverse of the point I was making, which is that the 99% don't necessarily agree. I guess the 1% don't necessarily disagree either.
Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing. I feel like there's various connotations to the 1%, right? I mean, I think default it means sort of statistically who are the top wealth earners in the country.
Right.
That's kind of what it means. But I think you can you can be part of the 99% and still be super rich if you believe that there's too much corporate greed.
I see.
So I think you can have sort of different perspectives on the nomenclature there. But I so back to your question
I guess
about
I'm
somebody
taking
who
it literally, but if it's sort of a label, then okay,
I almost feel because I feel like I think you have to sort of change your perspective, right? When you have someone who is technically part of the economic 1%, but who stand with the 99%. So I feel like it's a little weird to call them the 1% when they're for the things that the 99% is for. Just because you're rich doesn't mean you're bad. That's not what the message is about. And it's not about punishing people who are successful. It's about making sure everyone has a chance of success. Back to your point about someone who doesn't agree with the basic tenet that there's too much corporate influence in politics and our government, I would ask that person if they pay attention to politics. I feel like people cannot believe something, but they don't know the facts. Like Bill O'Reilly is so confused and flabbergasted on how the moon got where it is. Like he just doesn't. I mean, I've seen a couple of interviews with him and Richard Dawkins, and like, how did it get there? How did the moon get there? Huh? Where'd the sun come from? And he's asking these questions that if you've read, an earth science book or whatever, it's like in elementary school. Like, I remember when my teacher in like 6th grade science was talking about the difference between revolution and revolving, and how the moon revolves around the earth and the earth revolves around the sun. Rotation versus revolution.
Right.
And that kind of stuff. Yeah, and then they both rotate while they revolve.
Yeah.
And I remember thinking that's kind of interesting and stuff, but I never was like, how to get there? I don't, it wasn't, I'm in 6th grade, and it wasn't unimaginable to me that there's some physical process that could create the moon. And it, so anyway,
given all that other stuff that's out there, it doesn't seem that shocking to me, but the universe as a whole is shocking, yes, but the moon, like, given the universe, the moon and the sun are pretty minor.
Yeah, and those are some of the most explainable phenomena in the universe.
Yeah, thoroughly studied, exactly. So, I mean, the whole, physics was, like, invented to explain that stuff, really.
Yeah, exactly. He's asking the fundamental question that got science started. Like,
so I almost want to give him points. It's a good question. It's a valid question.
It's just been answered already.
It's just,
It's just that if he really wanted to know, then he could go find out.
Yeah.
But then, of course, it's believing in the answer. That's the hard part.
Right. Which really, like, it's actually not that common. Like, I don't really hear a lot of people arguing against, like, like the physics of, like, the motion of the planets or the creation of stars or something like that. It's pretty rare that anyone argues with that. I think probably largely because, the Bible has nothing to say about those things.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, if the Bible said that there were 25 hours in a day, we'd have a problem.
We really would. Luckily, I mean, there's a lot of things they could have said that they didn't, and so those things don't get any attention. Fortunately. So, like, usually I think when people hear that stuff, because it doesn't really conflict with any religious beliefs that I'm aware of out there, including the Bible, like, there's really no reason not to believe it. I mean, there's no, like, agenda there. It's clearly not a theory that's, like, designed to bring down religion or something. It's,
Yeah. But my point was that,
I know, it's a bit of a digression, but anyway.
So if someone, if somebody doesn't believe in that first basic tenet that there's too much corporate influence in politics, I would, I feel like that's undisputable. I mean, I feel like if you look at the recent court rulings that people can donate as much money as they want to campaigns, unlimited campaign donations. I mean, that seems like, unlimited is usually an amount that's too much, right? Depending on the context. And if you look at the fact that the Supreme Court has declared that corporations, are like people, if you look at the fact that that you don't have to disclose where campaign contributions are coming from. So now we have the possibility of corporations and influences outside of our country determining our elections. I mean, if you want a strong democracy, if you want the voice of the American people to decide how the country goes, I think I don't know how you disagree with that premise that corporations have more voice than the average Americans do. Now, I think you can maybe go the next step and argue that's better. I don't know. Maybe somebody might argue that it's better for corporations to have more influence. But
I could say I'm not going to try to argue for it because I don't really agree that.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, it's like. It's a fairly vague statement, but like as stated, it seems pretty. I don't know. It seems like something most people would agree with.
Yeah, and here's the thing, people, and I kind of want to make some delineations about my thoughts on corporations and government and stuff like that. But government doesn't work, and I think the reason it doesn't work is not because government can't work, like some people might say. I think it doesn't work because it's not working for the people. Politicians don't do. What's crazy is, I watch a lot of news and you see all these polls, and I hate polls because they're usually very, they capture what people think then, and then sometimes it's skewed based on the questions, and it doesn't necessarily tell you a lot. But, polling over time can give you a sense of things, and you'll see these polls over and over and over, like 75% of Americans want to tax people over $1 million who make more than $1 million. These like things that people kind of want, and you can get this empirical evidence of what the country wants, yet it's not reflected in the policies of the government. It's not even reflected in what politicians talk about sometimes. And so I feel like the point there is that Democrats and Republicans both have to go to corporations to fund their campaigns, which means that government isn't necessarily not working. It's just that it's working for the people who are paying them, who have the most voice, who have the most money. Because the Supreme Court ruled that money is speech. So whoever has the most money has the most speech, and that's not the American people, anymore. And it's corporations. So I feel like most people could easily agree that there's too much corporate influence on politics. If you don't agree, I just feel like you got to look at the facts, and then if the facts don't sway you, then sorry, there's nothing else to do there. I'm not going to brainwash anybody to believe what I believe, or to believe in the facts. It'd be a weird thing to do. But I feel like if you look at the facts, I mean, if you look,
like
that'd be weird.
Sci-fi novel or something.
Yeah, I don't know. Like you got to brainwash people into believing what's true. That's odd. But yeah, I mean, just look at the history of the country, man. Look at the 20th century. Look at what corporations have done. Look at the fights and the struggles that people have had to make and why. And I think you'll pretty much see that the degradation of our democracy, the degradation of people, the political voice that people have. So yeah, I feel like most people can get on with the basic tenet of Occupy Wall Street, and that's why it's called Occupy Wall Street. And I'll say this: the idea of an occupation, the idea of occupy and occupying, obviously has a pejorative connotation. It usually has a negative connotation. We're occupying Iraq and Afghanistan right now, and not in a good way. Most people would say, especially the indigenous people who live there.
Yes.
But I do think it's interesting that they've called it that, and I do think it makes a statement by flipping that on its head, by turning this negative idea of an occupation, of an outside force, being somewhere, and flipping that into saying it's the people who are now having to stand up and literally occupy, literally fill the space, literally be where the scene of the crime is. There was a lot of outrage. If you don't believe there's too much corporate influence on politics, explain the bank bailouts, explain the financial collapse, explain the deregulation that has led to so many problems in this country. Explain the Gulf oil spill, which was a disaster, the biggest natural disaster in American history, And corporations didn't have to pay for that. They didn't. It wasn't. There wasn't any ban on drilling. There wasn't any moratorium. Any long moratoriums on new wells. The problems that created that are still happening. They're still drilling deeper and further, and with the same kind of regulation as before. So I just think you can't rationally say you can't rationally argue that there's not too much corporate influence. And corporations are making record profit. I mean, these corporations in America, which are the top ones are global corporations now. They're making more money than they have ever made in the history of the world, which is 4,000 years or more, depending on your ideology. So I think it's pretty egregious, and I think it's pretty clear um, that we need a change of direction in this country. And I think what the reason I think this Occupy movement has been a success in terms of spreading is that it gave people something easy to do no matter where they were. Because when I first heard about Occupy Wall Street, I'm like, oh, that's a great idea, that's cool. I wish I could go there, but you can't. If you don't live there, if you don't have the resources, you can't just go do that. When they have a march on Washington or they have an action somewhere in some place, you can't always be there. You can't always show your support. You can't always donate. But this idea of occupying, this idea of wherever you are, wherever city you are, whatever you're doing, you can go and physically move your body to make a point from location A to location B, and that is the beginning of making a stand. That's another reason why I like that word occupy, is it goes along with making a stand and filling a space. Now, I do think in the long run, the movement will need a better terminology, and it will need a better, because that's humans communicate with words, and I think and I think the 99% thing is a little bit better, calling them the 99 percenters, that kind of thing. I don't know. I think there'll be a name later that this movement and the people who are support it will adopt, that won't be Occupy. I think that's how it's going to start, but I don't think that's how it's going to end. And I think this thing is definitely going to evolve and grow and figure itself out. And I really, and I'll get into my thing I was going to tell you about Bill Maher too, but I really hope this is the start of people. When the Tea Party was gearing up and Obama got elected, as we want to take our country back, and it's like, back from what? Nothing changed. Oh yeah, Obama's black. That's it. Okay, what else you got? Like, nothing else about the government had changed. Nothing else, yeah, demographics are changing, stuff like that. That's social, racial stuff that maybe has changed. But in terms of how the country works, nothing's changed. Obama's, he's a centrist Democrat. He's doing the same kind of stuff Bush did. He's using the same kind of policies Bush did. Which is why he gets a lot of, not a lot of love from the left and not a lot of love from everybody else. He gets no love from the right. He gets no little love from the left, and maybe people in the middle kind of like him or something, center. But nothing really changed, and I feel like this Occupy movement is really the take your country back. It's really the let's get back to what democracy was about. And I feel like we're on this verge with technology to where we can actually have direct democracy. We don't need representatives anymore. We don't need someone who can go to Washington on our behalf and then come once or twice a year to their constituents and hear what their problems are, and then go back to Washington and legislate based on that, which doesn't happen, right? Anyway, but that's the framework that we were set up with, and that worked when information could travel only so far as a newspaper could go or word of mouth. But now information is global. So I feel like we're into this age where we really have to figure out how to make a 21st century democracy, how to make a 21st century economy. We got to change, and change doesn't come without people standing up. Change doesn't just automatically happen. And I hope this movement, at the very least, even if all it does, even if it doesn't get a constitutional amendment to end money in politics, even if it doesn't get into these huge goals, hopefully it pushes forward this idea that we do have to get rid, I think, get rid of the 17th, 18th century design of government that we have. That even the people who started the government, George Washington warned against political parties. They warned against the influence of corporations. I mean, if you look at what FDR said about the military-industrial complex. I mean, this stuff that we're going through, the stuff that people are complaining about now, isn't new. It was predicted way back then. It was stuff they were fighting against back then, and we're still fighting those problems. The Vietnam War and the stuff that was going on in the '60s. And I saw somebody at one of the Occupy movements saying, "I was active in the Vietnam War, and and the '60s and all that stuff, and the Vietnam stuff," and it's like they didn't finish that fight. Their fight got co-opted. Their fight got ended. And they didn't get to finish it. And he hopes that this generation, these people, this movement will help finish that fight. And I feel like that to me is the end goal, is to get the government to work for the people. Because anything less than that isn't acceptable. And of course the problem is, people have lives to lead. People have basic needs and necessities, and then when you're scared, and when you're fearful, and when you don't have confidence in your future, or if you can feed your family next week, or if you'll have a job next month, then that's when everything falls apart. That's when that's when people become isolationists. That's when they start blaming the other for things. That's when they lose sight of community. That's when all the best parts of humanity, the parts that we had when we were, in villages together, taking care of each other, that's the stuff that falls away, and then we fall into the other end of, the human spectrum of emotions and thought, which is the bad stuff, which is to let's build a fence on the border, let's round up all the immigrants because that'll give me my job back. It's like that kind of stuff isn't reasonable, but people buy into that when there's fear. When the government is telling you that it's broke every day, and you don't have a job and you're trying to feed your family, then you will start to learn to live with less, right? If the government says we're broke, we got to lower the minimum wage, or we're broke, we got to do X, Y, Z. We can't fix the roads because we're broke. The average person will say, well, I guess I can't expect more services because we're broke. The post offices are closing. The post office is facing a huge financial problem that's largely engineered by Congress, and it's like people go, oh well, I guess I shouldn't expect delivery on Saturday because the post office is broke, and when the reality is the country isn't broke. The reality is that the allocation of resources is not evenly distributed. So with all that being said, what's your next question?
Okay, so I don't know. There's a couple things. One quick thing. I think you noted this from the Wikipedia page. I was a little surprised to learn that the original Occupy Wall Street thing that was literally in the Wall Street area was actually specifically started by this Adbusters Media Foundation. I guess it surprised me because, and I feel like this is a contentious issue on the Wikipedia page because it's clearly something that people involved in the movement want to clearly project the idea that there's no leaders and so on. That's a big point they want to make. I think it's kind of, and so I think some of the language that was used to describe the role of this media foundation has been altered a few times. Because I think I remember reading it a few days ago, and it said something more like, they're in charge of it or something. And now it has qualifications about, well, it's leaderless, but the original idea was theirs, and so on. Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, it was an ad in that publication that said, I believe that basically was like, hey, we're gonna go do this thing, we're gonna go to Wall Street and do this thing, and then people who got that went, and those are who kind of were the first people there. I mean, it all starts with information, right? If you don't find out about something, you can't be a part of it. But it wasn't the Adbusters Occupy Wall Street. It was Occupy Wall Street. It was those people there. And again, if those people hadn't, it all goes back to the people in New York, the people at Occupy Wall Street. If, they did start the model for how to do this in other places, if they had started with a traditional leadership hierarchical structure, that, I think, number one, it would have been harder for this thing to start in other places. And number two, the places that it did start would have adopted that, and it would have been less inclusive of other people. I like the idea of not following somebody else. I like the idea that I can go to Occupy LA and there's not one person in a tent somewhere who's controlling everything. And if that person decides we're going to do something, we got to do it. And if you don't agree, then you need to go start your own movement. You know what I mean? I like that it is leaderless. Now, again, I do think, the movement will have to nominate to an extent.
Yeah, it's like the Borg, right? I mean, when they had that whole thing with First Contact, like it was like, how is it going to work that like this giant, like massive beings like makes decisions and has some kind of order about how they do things, and like so they make up the Borg Queen and all that, and like it violated the ethos a little bit, but it was like it was necessary, I think, to have it make sense.
You're right. I think it was necessary to have it make sense, but I think it was sort of unnecessary because I think, again, it goes back to information. Like, organization is about information, and if all the parts of a group can communicate, then that's all you need. The reason that you need leaders is you need someone who's directing the efforts of everyone below that person. But if you have a group where everyone's on the same strata and everyone communicate and can make decisions in real time together, then I don't think you don't need someone at the top saying, what are we going to do? Obviously, like I said before, it's a little gray area because you do have people who, when they have a meeting, there is someone who's moderating the meeting, right? There is someone with a microphone saying, okay, next we're going to have this, next we're going to have this, next we're going to have that. So, there is organization, but in terms of leadership, in terms of whose ideas are we following? Well, we're following all of our ideas. We're following the consensus we can build about all of our ideas. We're not following any one person's idea. If a guy thinks that that Occupy LA needs to only be about immigration reform, well, that's not what everyone else is going to agree to. I saw somebody. I was watching the Occupy Philadelphia live stream, and the guy said, we need to make sure that Occupy Philadelphia leads the country on blah blah blah, and we need to start. America started here in Philadelphia, blah blah blah, and he's making this case that they need to decide the agenda for every other occupation, and I'm immediately like, yeah, you're wrong. Sorry. Like, I support you. I'm glad you're there. I'm glad you're vocal, but you're wrong. Like, what you guys decide isn't necessarily going to be right for what everybody else decides. And when this thing is national, let alone global, you can't have one city or one group of people or one protester necessarily decide for everybody else. And so, that's both the benefit and the obstacle that this thing faces. Is how do you and that's down the line, right? Like right now, these cities are self-organizing and communicating with each other, but there isn't going to be any huge main goal until that's further down the line to where that kind of happens. And I'm a crazy guy. I believe in crazy stuff, but like facts and and information. But I think there's this organization is reflective of nature. Nature is self-organizing. Nature finds a direction. It finds a goal. How does when you have a species of like a flying insect, how does that species that's evolving know when it's reached its goal of wing design or the enzymes it needs to digest its food or whatever the natural processes that would be over time? Well, when it works, it's there, it's done. You know what I mean? It keeps going until it's done. If it doesn't work, that species dies out and it goes away. That idea, that information, that approach, if it's not working, if it's not making that species or group of species survive, then it goes away. The best ideas come to the top. That wing design that lets it sustain itself is the one that it's going to keep until something better comes along. And I feel like more or less that is what this movement is going to be. It's going to be like that. It's going to be these people who are communicating constantly in real time, coming up with ideas, trying things, figuring out what they want, figuring out how to create actions to get what they want, and it'll progress, until it gets there. And and then it's not guaranteed it's gonna get there. Anything can happen between now and whenever. But I feel like that's the design that's going on, and I think that's what makes it different than anything I've seen before. Um, and I think the reason we haven't seen it before is because we didn't have the technology before, you know. So I think that's really what makes it interesting.
Yeah.
Have I convinced you yet? Or do you have more questions?
No, we're so right now I'm dealing with what I find are kind of peripheral issues. I'm gonna get to
cool.
I'm gonna get to the meatier ones later. But these are like weird random things that I wonder about. So my next like sort of smaller thing. I already started getting into it. Going back to this Adbusters Media Foundation, who Wikipedia describes as a not-for-profit, anti-consumerist, pro-environment organization. So, and apparently they have launched numerous international campaigns, including Buy Nothing Day, TV Turnoff Week, and Occupy Wall Street. So
we'll do the podcast on TV Turnoff Week next. 'Cause I really feel like that's what everyone has to get involved with. It's the most important issue facing our country. No, I'm kidding. I think that goes to show, again, I think it goes back to this idea that you can't ever predict when a movement is going to start, because you don't know the pieces that are going to make it start. And now you see here's a group that is trying to make change, and they get to an idea that now resonates with people, right? This idea of, and this goes back to the financial collapse, right? I mean, that part of what the Tea Party started with before it got co-opted by, the right-wing corporations and stuff, part of what it started with was the outcry about the bank bailouts, the outcry about corporate influence, so, I mean, this idea isn't new. This idea that the people who wreck the economy should pay isn't new. This idea that Wall Street is uncontrolled isn't new. And I think that's what's interesting about this Occupy Wall Street going back to Adbusters is that it's, there's been people who have been trying to institute change in various ways, in various groups, in various, I'll say ways again, for a long time, and it's just unpredictable what's going to catch and what's going to, spread in terms of ideas.
Right. Yeah, so obviously, this one is probably more successful, and probably at this point, I mean, I even saw them commenting on it. Like at this point, it's out of their hands. Like it's
not about them. I mean, it really isn't. And you could go to any Occupy place and never hear the word Adbusters. I mean, it's not about them. It's, I think to some extent you could say, hey, thanks for starting the idea. But this is something that, I mean, we've talked about this before. You can only fuck people so long before they say enough is enough, right? I mean, that's the one thing that history tells us is like you can only oppress people for so long before they have nothing left to lose. And again, I think that's why you see a lot of young people in this movement is they feel like they've got nothing to lose. I mean, if I was graduating with $50,000+ in debt and my only option was to go back home and live with my mom, I might go and camp out somewhere and protest. That'll get me to do that. If I feel like there's no way I'm going to get a job and there's no way I'm going to pay that back, and that this idea that you're sold from birth of what you are expected to do as a citizen, a productive citizen, and what you are, I put in quotes, promised, or and maybe promise is the wrong word, but this idea of the American dream and this idea of what you can accomplish, the fact that that's no longer feasible, that's a sentiment that's been going around for a long time. And I just think, Adbusters and this Occupy Wall Street idea, just as a, regardless of how they exercise that idea, but just the idea itself, I think most people have been feeling for a long time.
I think, I mean, really, like, this core idea is not, I mean, it's not something that had to come up now. I mean, it's something that could have been older, but that wasn't the point I wanted to make. Just before I lose myself in another tangent. the little point I wanted to make is like, so obviously it's it's not about Adbusters anymore, if it ever was.
If it ever was.
It's beyond that. So I understand that, but at the same time, I mean, this organization, their motivation for starting this movement, I mean, they're explicitly describing themselves as anti-consumerist, for example. And, pro-environmentalist, a little bit unrelated, but, like, anti-consumerism. So, like, the idea of, like, money or corporate influence on politics, I think it's probably going to be kind of challenging to find someone to sort of defend that as being a good thing. But I think consumerism is not something that's universally accepted as a bad thing. Nearly as much.
Yeah.
Because
let's just be, since we're trying to be maybe educational on this podcast, explain what you mean by consumerism.
Okay, so yeah, consumerism. I mean, I guess maybe what I should do is just read what Wikipedia says and try to put it in my own words. Consumerism is a social and economic order that's based on the systematic creation and fostering of a desire to purchase goods and services in ever greater amounts.
Okay, and so I think you're right. There's some people who might not agree with that, and I'm someone who disagrees with that. And there's one word that I think is the problem with consumerism, and this is not a word but a phrase: in ever greater amounts. I think that to me, goes back to capitalism. I think that to me shows why it's unsustainable, because it reflects the fact that corporations have to make more profits every quarter than they did last quarter in order to seem successful. I think that kind of thing is unsustainable. So this idea that consumerism isn't just a social and economic order that is based on the systematic creation of fostering a desire to purchase goods and services, but it's to do that in ever greater amounts. So this idea that you always need to be buying more, and you always need to be spending more and consuming more. I think something like that is that's the point of contention I could make.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing it's a good thing. I'm just saying, I think there are people, a larger number of people out there don't really, in fact, celebrate consumerism. I mean, that's something, to a certain extent, you would see, the random person that, wants to run their SUV when they don't need to, or, something like that. I mean, to me, that's sort of a celebration of consumerism. And I feel like it's kind of an American value. Like that's I also feel like consumerism is, I mean, it's kind of a negative way to describe it, but it is to a certain extent the engine of the economy. Like if you don't have consumerism, it's hard to have economic growth, Like,
now here's But here's the point that I would make in that area is why, and and is that the only way to have an economy? I feel like we can build an economy based on whatever we want to build it on. It just so happens we built it on capitalism and consumerism, and I think it's been clear that that's an unsustainable path, the way that it's been going the last 30 years. And it goes back to another point. It goes back to that Philip K. Dick novel or short story we read back in college English class, where it was like set in the 50s or something. And it was this whole idea about consumerism and brainwashing and stuff. But the guy's wife was, hey, we need to buy a new refrigerator, and he's like, we just bought one 2 weeks ago, and she's like, yeah, we need a new one. And he's like, yeah, you're right. It's just the idea that you've got to always keep buying more. What you have isn't good enough. And in a world of finite resources, that is unsustainable in the long run. And I think we're reaching that point to where only so many people can keep buying things. Only so many people will be able to be in that part of the economy to where they can keep doing that. And there, that guy who's running his SUV when he's at the gas, he's parked and he's burning, he's burning gas and polluting the environment, why? And he doesn't have to. He could easily turn off the engine, but he's so, self-satisfied with the fact that he can afford to do that, that he does it. I would say that's not a good thing. Even if you want to do that, it's not necessarily a good thing, and it's not sustainable.
Yeah, yeah.
But continue with your point.
Yeah. I just think, like if the movement was really going to be so broad as to include 99% of the population, I think a large portion of them would not like this group.
Well, here's the thing.
That's
thing.
what I'm saying.
Like, I feel like whether or not you like consumerism is second or third order issue.
I agree. I just think it's kind of interesting, like, because it's clear to me, like, with, the people who are supporting this and, the sort of tenor of the protests and so on, like, it's, even though it's supposed to be a universal thing, it's a left-wing movement primarily. And
here's why I would disagree with that. I would disagree with that because I don't think it's left-wing to want everyone to have a job. To or at least have the ability to have a job. I don't think it's left wing to want to have an economy that works for most people. I don't think it's left wing to have economic justice and fairness. Now, maybe you could argue it is. I don't think it is. Now what I do think that this movement is, as opposed to what the Tea Party started as, is a moral movement, and I think that's why it seems to be left wing. Because in my opinion, liberals in the left wing usually fight for moral-based causes, feeding the poor, health care for the sick. I mean that's not policy necessarily. That's moral-based. That's saying I, as an individual, morally feel like this is wrong to let people die in the streets. You know what I'm saying? So usually it's the left that champions those causes. The social safety net, stuff like that, and the right usually is more isolationist and more capitalist or more conservative in terms of the social stuff like that, economic socialism and stuff like that. So I think you can view it from that prism in that way, but I feel like fundamentally it's not left or right. It's morality, it's fairness, and I think that's what it is.
Yeah. So I'm not asserting that the positions are left wing. I'm saying that the people participating in it, to a larger degree.
And it's because of what I just said, right? Because usually it's people on the left who want to champion these moral causes.
Right.
But there's still, there's Tea Party people who are at these protests, because they want the government to work for them.
Yeah, I mean, according to what's usually said, the Tea Party really shouldn't disagree. With the platform, at least as stated. So, yeah.
Now, of course, the problem with the Tea Party is that there's like any group, it has different types of members. There are the people who were originally just upset about the bank bailouts and corporate greed and stuff like that, and then there's the Tea Party people who were really just sort of upset about the direction of the country was going, the changing demographics, the fact that a black person was in the White House. When you get into the racial stuff, there's those kind of Tea Party people. It's not all of them, of course, but there are those kind of people. Then you have the kind of Tea Party people who are anti-government Tea Party people, who believe that who are basically right-wing Republicans who think the government has no role in public life, that they should the government should be so small you could drown in the bathtub. And those kind of people. So I feel like if you're the kind of person who is anti-government and slash anti-social progress slash racist, yeah, you might not be at this thing. But if you're a Tea Party person who believes in economic fairness, then yeah, I think you're totally in line with the basic tenets of the movement.
Yeah, the economic Tea Party, not the.
And that's another distinction I personally want to make.
Social Tea Party, I guess.
And what's crazy about this is, no one's voice is more important than anybody else's. My own personal opinion is that this movement, and I think it's fairly reflective in the movement, but it's not an anti-government movement. And I think anybody who tries to make it anti-government is just taking the wrong approach. because I think the problem isn't government. The problem is how government works. The problem is how we elect people to get into government, and what those elected representatives do when they're there. That's the problem. So I feel like there are some people who are, of course, part of the Occupy movement who just want to end the government, who just think, oh, that's this, and I think they've been corporations have influenced them to believe that. They say, "Oh, no, 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 no! Don't blame the corporations who are polluting the environment and who are sending jobs overseas. Blame the politicians in Washington who just don't understand the American people." You know what I mean? So I think there's a lot of that going on where people feel like the simple solution is just to abolish the government.
Right, right. Well,
and that's just not what it's about.
I took what you were saying earlier to be insinuating not necessarily let's abolish the government, but something like a political revolution where you like abolish the Constitution and sort of reform the way government works from the ground up.
I think, yeah,
like that is pretty close to ending the government, I would say.
But here's the thing. I think the difference there is, first of all, that's something like a far and long term kind of goal, right, or idea. That's nothing that's feasible in the near term.
Yeah.
I think in the near term you do need government. I think here's what government is, in my opinion. And again, I don't know much. I just know what I know. I'm not an expert in anything, but I feel like government is people coming together to do the things that they cannot do on their own. That's what government is. Now, how it's set up, what are the institutions, what's the framework, the bureaucracies created to facilitate certain roles, that's what your government's going to look like. But in terms of what it functions as, I'm saying we need that. I'm saying we need a way for everyone's voice to be heard and to decide what is right for people in this country. That's what we need. I'm not saying we don't need a way to organize and a way to govern ourselves. I think we do need that. We do need laws. We do need someone to institute the laws. We do need someone to interpret the laws. We need the structures that are there. It's just that they've been broken down and that they're not focused on the needs of the average American right now.
Right. I would say, yeah, so again, just continuing with the wild speculation, I think my problem with, like, pure democracy is that I feel like it doesn't it doesn't naturally have any way of protecting minorities. Of any type. I don't mean specifically what that word means, but I mean anyone who's in a minority group that might have certain, might be subject to a certain degree of, discrimination or what have you, really has no engine for getting anything changed in a pure democracy. Like, it could happen if the majority sort of wills it, but there's no particular reason for them to, especially if it benefits them. So. Well,
yeah, I feel like if we had some sort of system where literally everyone could vote on every major issue. Again, I'm not an expert, but I feel like that's a better system than what we have now. Yeah, you're always going to have minorities, right? I mean, you're always going to have some group of people who aren't in the majority, unless you have a system that's set up to where you don't make any decision unless you have 100% consensus. Barring that kind of system, you're going to always have a minority. We have a minority right now. I mean, this representative democracy actually what we have now is a representative democracy that doesn't actually protect the majority. It's not reflecting the needs of the majority of people most of the time. The majority of Americans want the wars to be over. The majority of Americans want everyone to have health care. The majority of Americans want gay marriage. The majority of Americans want legalized marijuana. So what we have now isn't working for the majority. So saying like direct democracy not protect the minority, I think that's a different issue because we don't even have the majority being serviced right now.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is if you just serve the majority, I'm not sure that's a better system. I agree, like, there's some things that should happen, but, like, I'm just leery of sort of handing over the, day-to-day, like, overall government decision-making to, like, the entire population. Like, I admit, I'm not an expert on these things either, of course. I don't really know that much about this, but to me, like, it's not clear to me that, like, that system is going to have a better outcome than a well-regulated representative democracy where people can actually full-time devote their lives to the practice of, considering laws, making laws, reviewing executing them, reviewing how they're enforced, and so on. Like, I feel like it makes sense to have those things done by a specific group of people.
Yeah,
and so like, I guess, like, to me, like, the defects of pure democracy seem to me too great to sort of overhaul, like, completely how it's, like, I'm just not ready to give up, I guess.
But that's weird. I mean, so you're saying, and obviously there's problems with the way the system's set up now, but you're saying...
Yeah, I'm not saying, yeah, exactly. Like, an idealized version of the way things are now, I think, personally would be better than sort of an idealized pure democracy.
Well, but even in a representative democracy, the minority isn't guaranteed to be protected, right? So I mean,
no, they're not guaranteed, but I do think they're more likely to be protected. I think the system is more conducive to
but I feel like
minority representation.
If you have everyone's voice being heard and not being filtered by a representative, you're going to get what most people want. So if you have a situation where everyone is voting on something and 95% of people want something and 5% of them don't want something, I feel like whatever that issue is, I don't know. I wish I was an expert on these kind of situations, but I don't know what that 5% would be subjected to that's that bad. What would 95% of people agree to do that 5% don't want to do? It's not going to be like you won't get 95% of people to agree to something that's super egregious, I don't think, unless you're in some situation where I'm trying to think of like some minority group.
I was watching this documentary about Finland, and they pointed out that, like, the population is like ethnic, like 90% of the population is ethnically like the same. They're Finnish, like descended from the Scandinavians that lived there, a long time ago, and so. If they had this pure democracy, I mean, I could easily imagine 90% of the population voting to, not give certain privileges to a minority group there. I mean, I don't see why that couldn't happen.
That goes to the morality of that civilization, right? And it depends on what I would be surprised if the majority of the Finnish people voted to not give health care and education to whatever the ethnic minority is, right? I mean, that might could
if you
happen,
want to count on people's morality, you can, but I just don't. I would rather not
guess
do
what
that.
I'm saying is I'd rather count on the aggregate morality of everyone than the specific morality of representatives, of a small subset of representatives who don't have to listen to their constituents. Like, here's my point. My point is, I don't know if a direct democracy would work, but I think we should try it. I think we've tried representative democracy. It's worked for a while, and the reason it's not working now is because the system's broken. Not that the system isn't well designed, it's just that it's broken, and I do think it needs fixing, but I think representative democracy isn't how we're going to, 500 years from now, the United States the world is not going to be run the same way. Government is ever changing, and it changes by people and by their access to information. And as that changes over time with technology, people are going to demand to organize themselves in different ways. If the internet was around when the founding fathers were writing the Constitution, things would have been totally different. You wouldn't have necessarily needed an educated representative to legislate on your behalf if everyone in the country, if everyone's voices could have been heard at the time, right? Like, so I feel like we're at this place where we have the tools to redesign, and we have the need to redesign. It doesn't mean we have to redesign, but I'm saying, like, now that idea is actually possible. It wasn't ever possible before to have a real direct democracy. Now it's possible. Now it's something I think that's worthy to be tried. Let's see what happens, if let's see, what would the majority subject the minority to in a direct democracy, and I just don't see it being worse. I mean, unless you can come up with some sort of case, but I don't see it being worse
I feel like think of any big change that's happened with respect to a minority group ever, and then imagine taking a vote about that.
How about this issue? I mean, I'm cherry picking the issue, but slavery. If before the Civil War everyone could have voted, including slaves, which obviously wouldn't have been the case, but if they could have all voted on whether or not there should be slavery in the country, you would have slavery would have been ended. Because you would have had the slaves voting no, you'd have the North voting no, and you'd have Southern whites voting yes.
I mean, I'm not sure it was that unanimous. I mean,
but there were more slaves. At certain points in slavery, there were more slaves than actual citizens.
I mean,
so they're not,
First of all, you have to vote to give slaves the right to vote, right? Then second of all, so that's your first obstacle. Are you going to get enough people to agree to that? I mean, maybe everyone in the North would vote for that. I don't know that they would. I mean, certainly some would.
You still have to have movements, right? You still have to have movements to change people's hearts and minds about issues. I mean, without the abolitionist movement, people in the North and other places wouldn't have been convinced. Yes. Sometimes the majority needs to be convinced into protecting the minority.
And particularly in the South, the end of slave labor created an economic disaster there because their economy depended on it. Now, that obviously was not good, and that obviously needed to end. But it's it was in their interest to have that system continue.
And and it's in the top 1% of interest to have everyone fucking die in the streets. It doesn't mean that that's right, and it doesn't mean we should let it happen.
I'm not saying that's right, but I'm saying that at the time, at least, with the way the society was set up, for the average person there, in the South at the very least, but I mean even the North to a certain extent was dependent on the economy of the South. I think to a certain extent, if they put their morality aside, it's in their economic interest, to have things continue to be that way and not sort of completely cripple
but not long term, right? I mean, that's the thing. It wasn't in their long term interest. I mean, you again, it goes back to human nature. You can only oppress people for so long. Anyway, the Egyptians found that out, as most cultures did. Who did that? I mean, I know what you're saying, and I think we agree generally on some of these things, but I feel like, the areas where you would have a majority in a direct democracy, you would have a majority negatively voting or influencing against the minority. I think it, nothing's a perfect system. I think you're still going to always have new minority groups come around, new people identifying themselves in a certain way, new issues that aren't held by the majority yet. And I do think you're always going to have a fight to convince and to influence the hearts and minds of people on certain issues. The same way people in the North were found about the plight of the slaves in the South. And it might not have been until they met a freed slave where they heard their story and they say, oh, well, you know what? I was for this when it didn't affect me. When it was just a Southern thing and my economics was fine and whatever. But now that I have a personal connection or whatever the instigation is, the catalyst is, now their minds has changed. I mean, you're always going to have that, right? So I mean, I feel like that being said, you're not going to have a perfect system. But I feel like it's a fairer system to have everyone's voice count equally versus a system where only a small subset of people's voice is heard, aka voters, and then that gets filtered through the media, and that gets filtered through representatives, and even at the end of the day, what kills me about our government is people can be elected into Congress and specifically not do their job, and somehow that's doing their job. Being elected to not bring up votes on legislation, being a congressman, and you don't have to actually, you don't actually have to pass things, and yet somehow that's you being partisan or you being political or you doing what the American people want. But no, I mean, and that's the thing too, right? There is some people, some Americans who want that, who want government to shut down, or who want their representatives to go into government and to gum up the works and to not make it work and to not make, there are people who want that. It doesn't mean that they're right, but there are people who want that.
Right.
So I feel like there is no perfect system, but I feel like representative democracy was the best that they could do at the time. The same way I feel like that was the rise of monarchies, the rise of any sort of political or social governance system that we've seen over the years. Had its arose out of certain necessities given by the time. How do you decide who owns this land? Well, whoever here first. Okay, well, this family has been here forever, so we'll just say they're in charge. Okay, and then 200 years later, you have a monarchy. I mean, things like that happen, but systems need to always be redesigned. And I think nothing is clearer than that than American life. I mean, we had a great foundation and framework set up, and we edited over time, amending the Constitution, and I don't think we're done. I don't think people should be complacent and to think whatever we have now is all we can ever have, and however it works now is the best it's ever going to be. And so that's my point about moving beyond that, about having new technologies and new avenues of communication influencing other aspects of our lives, and saying, well, wait, why do we need to elect people to speak for us if we can speak for ourselves? Why is my political contribution to this country only applicable every 4 years or every time there's an election? That kind of thing.
Right. I mean, basically, I just, I don't know. When you're talking about large scale changes, I guess I'm just leery of changing things that much. Just considering.
It's scary. Change, especially huge change, fast change, quick change, whatever acronym you want to say, adjective you want to say. Yeah, it is scary. Trust me. Yeah, I think it is scary myself. I think it's also hopeful, and I think it's what humans do best. It's nature again. Showing how we are a part of that. We are always changing. Luckily, it's usually incremental and people can deal with it. But yeah, we're always changing. I mean, you can't possibly think that what the country is like now is what it's going to be like in 100 years. We know change is going to happen. It is, when it's uncertain, people are afraid.
Right. So I'm not arguing it's change in general. I mean, specifically abolishing the Constitution, the way the government works, and replacing it with pure democracy. That's what I mean. That particular change seems.
Can I quickly say I'm not for abolishing the Constitution? I think there is a there.
Well, the Constitution sets up the way government works, so.
Yeah. I guess I would say amending it to a point to where it gets to a certain place, but I think there, as Bill Maher said in his last episode, I'll take his sort of analogy of, there are steps between where we are now and direct democracy. There's a gamut of a spectrum there of progress before we could get to a point of AKA abolishing the government. Or the Constitution, I should say. So I'm not saying let's start with that far-flung goal or end result or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I know. It's just
because the reason I make that clarification is because it is scary when people talk about doing huge change. Like, I don't feel like I'm an anarchist. I don't feel like I'm trying to shake up the system or take anything down or burn anything up. All I want to do is make government sort of the general idea of government, not what we have, but the general idea work for most people. And however that can happen, that's what I want, And my point is about direct democracy is that we've finally been given or created the tools, aka the internet and social media, to where it's feasible to start talking about what if everyone had a voice? What if everyone could put in their ideas, and then we figure out where to go from there.
Right. I guess I just it's the same as with the economic system, it's hard to, when you're talking about like organizing a society, it's hard to know in advance what's going to work, and because the way, looking at the past, it's not a scientific process the way it's decided. So your test cases are always going to be anecdotes, and there's going to be no experimental control. There's going to be no way to really draw a conclusion, I think, about sort of what the best system is.
But I think you can also just quickly say, I think you can say what the worst systems are and which systems don't work. I think that's what the trial and error of history has shown us is what usually doesn't work. And you're right. I don't think you can necessarily say, well, what is the best? Because I don't think we've found the best, and we may never find the best. But I think you should always try to work towards that. You should, we know that certain systems don't work historically, so those are the ones we shouldn't try. Unless there's some compelling evidence that it was missing this or missing that, or someone did it wrong. Communism could work if you do it this way. Okay, maybe that's a discussion to have or whatever. But I think history shows what doesn't work.
Yeah,
and I think
that's fair. Because any instance, you don't know exactly what made it go bad. I mean, was it communism per se, or was it other factors that were in play that made it bad? So I feel like even then it's not fair to say that system is bad. It's not really enough evidence. I mean, it's enough evidence to be a little wary of it, I guess, of what could go wrong. But I don't know. Anyway, I just say that to say that, historians debate exactly why people did things in history, and Abraham Lincoln is one of those people. But I really think if you didn't have him standing up and sort of declaring, even risking, even having half the country secede, in order to say that you can't own slaves, I think I don't think it would have happened nearly as soon. I think
it goes back to morality, right?
And he's going against the people. He's going against the people of the South. They fought against it.
It goes back to morality, right?
So when you talk about the people, you got to understand you're also talking about the people who want bad things.
Exactly, right? That's what I said that before. There's people who want to do stuff I don't necessarily agree with. But here's my point.
Right. No, I know you're acknowledging that, but I feel like you're sort of idealizing how that's going to I feel like it can just as easily work out like the Civil War.
The thing about the Civil War, right? I mean, it goes back to morality, and it goes back to morality to people. If you had Lincoln had a different moral compass, or if he thought it was, and again, like you said, there's various explanations of the myriad of things that were going on to get him to go down that path. But I mean, you did have, he didn't do it on his own. He didn't do it spurred by his own moral compass. I mean, there was an abolitionist movement that was going very strong for a long time. And actually that, he was the first Republican president. That party, that party came out of some of that abolitionist stuff. Came out of that, hey, these other two parties aren't really working. We need something else. And something else started, And that's a different Republican Party that we have today, of course, because organizations and people evolve. Again, you're never going to have a perfect system. I can't imagine one. Because again, it goes back to people and their morality. If everyone decides to hate each other and everybody gets to vote, then you're going to have a bad society. But I think, again, it goes back to information. The more people are interfacing with other types of people, the more they're talking to other people, the more ideas can be transmitted. I think the more likely you're going to get, I think, and this is just me being an optimist, that you're going to trend towards positivity. It doesn't mean you're always going to get it, but I think in that way, I mean, look at the Civil War this way. Imagine if we went back in time and we just had some sort of magical technology where we gave everyone in the United States, North and South, everybody in the United States had the internet, had a Twitter account. And they were compelled for whatever reason to actually talk, just talk whatever they want to talk about. Obviously, the trending topic at the time would have been slavery, right?
Yes. Hashtag.
Hashtag slavery. Hashtag end slavery. Hashtag don't end slavery. I think would have been the top two. I think you start a dialogue and you start people talking, and I think people it goes back to the fundamental qualities of nature. I think when you put kids in a playpen together of different races, different genders, they're going to play with each other. They're not going to care. These divisions that we have a lot of the times are self-created, created out of these false ideas. And I think when you have people communicating and able to find a common ground, then you can move past some of that stuff. So I feel like, if before the Civil War, during the height of slavery, you had everyone talking, communicating about what's going on, you could have had a totally different outcome. You could have not needed a president to end that situation. You know what I mean? If you have everyone, seeing what's going on and everyone be able to talk about it. But that wasn't the case, right? So I feel like
True.
it's hard to I think really talk about the direct democracy or a society that has that and look back through history and try to compare, because you don't really have that. We didn't have the type of morality, the type of ideology that we have now, the type of institutions we have now, the type of technology that we have now. So it's really hard. Yeah, well, no, yeah, you're right. Science hasn't changed in 200 years.
I mean, the theory of evolution didn't even exist.
Oh, it still isn't true. But
but it didn't even exist. They didn't even know that it wasn't true yet.
And there you go, right? I feel like if you told all the Southern slave owners that man evolved from a common ancestor with apes in the plains of Africa millions of years ago, and if you told them that and sort of could prove that and give them evidence, you change people's minds. And that's kind of my point, is that information changes how people think. And the best ideas and the best information that's best for everyone, if those ideas get out there and those ideas are adopted, then that makes it sort of better for everybody, and that's what happened with slavery. It ended, because the president said, let's end this, but there was also a conscious effort by people who had a moral compass that said this was wrong.
But it was, I think, a minority group, sort of protesting this thing, a minority of the entire population. Mm-hmm. And, ultimately it's a representative who actually makes it happen. And I feel like that's sort of the model that I'm thinking of.
But I feel like that's the same thing would happen in a direct democracy. I feel like if you had 5% of people arguing about a moral, something that, is moral, it's life and death, it's fairness or inequality. If you had somebody really, really arguing about that in the minority group, I don't think you would have the majority ignoring that.
I mean, maybe not. I don't know. I'm just saying, and
at least not ignoring it forever.
I just think it's easier.
You're going to change people's minds, because that minority idea is going to become a majority idea if it's valuable enough, if it it's survival of the fittest, even with ideas, right? So I mean,
the problem is, though, sometimes the fittest ideas are bad ideas.
True. And those are the ideas that don't stay around forever. At least in my opinion, they don't stay around forever. They might come to become the majority held opinion, but listen, if it was a prevalent idea that everyone should kill themselves by the time they reach 30, and that's an idea that people held, it's not going to last forever.
Yeah, I agree.
You know what I'm saying? So ideas that have a huge detriment in terms of them being propagated, just aren't going to last forever. Even if the Civil War had changed, the South had won, slavery became stayed legal throughout the nation. Say even in an alternate world, this alternate reality where the South wins, they elect a Southern president or something. Slavery is now nationwide, and say even the North says, "Hey, that's fine." Morality aside, this is great economics. You still have outside influences. You still have everyone else in the world that, and if during that time that they're dealing with, and I don't think you could ever see global slavery. Not because there's just some ideas that won't be held by everybody all the time, right? For the virtue of there's always a minority, and in the context of slavery, the slaves who are being oppressed, um, uh, they're fighting against that idea and the propagation of that idea, and more or less they're convincing people that that's wrong. The more idea, the longer that idea is being held and processed by people. So I just feel like the worst ideas, back to my analogy about evolution and how species evolved, functions and features. If a fly develops a wing design that makes it fly in circles and it can't fly in a straight line, you might get a group of that species of flies. You might get millions of billions of those flies at a certain point. But if in the long run, that species can't do what it needs to survive because it's got this wacky wing design, it's going to die out. And that idea, that information, that design is no longer going to be able to be propagated.
Right, but I mean, slavery, it was practiced for at least a couple thousand years before it was widely abolished.
But it
eventually died out, but was it really worth it? Was it really worth waiting?
Here's my philosophy on one of my tenets on life, right? Life is about survival, life is hard, life is a struggle. There's necessities that arise, and I think morality aside, right or wrong aside, there was a necessity that was sought by people in power in whatever country, in whatever era, to need labor, to need a way. We used animals for labor. That wasn't we needed more complex labor, so we started using people. There's a necessity that arises when societies become more and more complex. And more and more people are around. There are certain necessities, and there's bad what do you call it? Bad effects of some of those necessities. But those necessities change over time. You don't necessarily need slave labor if you set up an economic system where everyone can participate. So you know what I'm saying? So there's certain necessities that happen throughout history, and then new systems come around that where that necessity isn't needed anymore, or if you put morality into it, that necessity isn't feasible because you make a moral decision as a people or as a person to not participate in that. So my point is right and wrong, and was it worth it, and those kind of questions are nebulous. Because
I just mean, if we're betting on that kind of process to weed out bad things that the majority might want, we could be talking about living with something like slavery for a couple thousand years, and that to me is just kind of not.
Well, what
something
yeah.
I'm excited
about. Here's the
about.
question, right? Here's the question, right? What are I feel like that's only looking at part of the issue. What are the potential benefits that you might have in that society? Yeah, you might have that one thing that's not working. What else? What else do you have that is working? And I don't think you can say that. I wouldn't want to go and say slavery was justified because we had X, Y, Z during the time, right? I don't think you. And again, that's kind of my point is that nature is this thing that's sort of objective in a way to where, and we're a part of nature as much as we aren't, as much as we try to be above it and create it and change it in our own design. We're part of these processes and these sort of basic survival necessities where, yeah, we're going to get these huge injustices. Yeah, we're going to get people who are megalomaniacs and who want to control people. And yeah, we're going to get all of these bad things. And I feel like that is the spectrum of the human being. We have greatness in us and we have evil in us. And it's up to us to find some middle ground in there where it works for most people, and when you put your finger and point at history, you're not always going to point at a place where everything's great. So even if we had a direct democracy, and you say, if we had it next year, and 200 years from now we're living under we have a direct democracy, but there's some bad thing that's going on. Okay, that's true. That is part of the evolution of that process. But I don't think that to me that makes it in line with just human history. That to me, you're never going to have some perfect system. It's always going to have some sort of problem. It's always going to have some sort of way it could be better. And I think my personal philosophy is that if we start with everyone on the same page, if we start with equality in how we treat each other and how we govern ourselves, and how we and equality in people's ability to talk to each other and engage in their governance, I think that's a good place to start. Now, where we end up is another question, but I think starting there is important. I think starting there is what we would have done if we could have done it before with technology. And I feel like, if it goes back to the Borg thing, right? That's why the Borg kind of would work. Now, the Borg were bad. The Borg were good in the sense that everyone who was Borg believed the same thing. So
if you're a Borg, everything's great.
Yeah. If you're a Borg, everything's great. And I almost feel like that's what we need the world to be, right? We need the world to all agree, in general, on the now we're not. I don't want everyone to be automatons, right? That's not my point. Even though automatons are great because there's no conflict.
Right.
All the automatons believe the same thing. We're always going to have a dichotomy of opinions, and I think that's important. I think that's human, and I think that's integral to our being. But in terms of the basic questions of fairness and in terms of morality, right? Because that's where I think laws and justice and society should to come from, is this idea of morality and how we treat each other and what's good for most people. I feel like that's the best you can do, and I think we're seeing that around the world, where people are trying to get on the same page about certain things. You see these people who are living, in the Arab world, who are living in these regimes that are dictatorships, basically saying no, we want another idea, we want democracy, we want this other thing. Even if they're the minority of people in the country who believe that, it's important that those ideas are transmitted. And again, one of my big things is getting everybody on the same page about the nature of reality, and that's not an easy task. But I think that benefits the most people. If everyone can agree that the sky is blue, we're going to have an easier time when it comes solving a problem about the sky, or about how to represent the sky or something. If one person believes the sky is green, and one person believes the sky is purple, and one person believes the sky is red, you're going to have issues when it comes time to sort of make decisions. And I think that's where we find ourselves. And I think that's the kind of thing that will always be present. You're always going to have ideas evolve and change and battle each other out until everyone can agree that the sky is blue. Because the people who think it's red, they're going to have a problem sometime.
Right. This is a bit off from the Occupy Wall Street thing, but
we're into deep political, philosophical topics here.
It's just an interesting topic to me. That's why I've gone on it for so long. But one final thing I want to say, sort of in this realm, just about your earlier point that what if they had Twitter in the Civil War or something,
Which sounds like a great alternative fiction novel, right?
Actually, yes. Wow. Yeah, it seems like it's roughly in the genre of Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter or something.
Yeah,
or like the sci-fi version or something.
Yeah.
I think that'd be cool. But anyway, the point I was going to make, I guess, like, I think fundamentally listening to you, I think the main, like, disagreement or not disagreement isn't quite the right word, but the main um differing, like, underlying, like, philosophy is just that I'm pretty cynical and pessimistic about people, and I feel like you're more optimistic than I am, and that's really.
But that's what's so funny is, like I understand your perspective on that, but to me you seem like you're saying your solution is to, like, you're pessimistic about people, and so you want a smaller number of them to make all the big decisions.
Yeah. Yeah,
and
I feel like that makes sense. I don't know.
I don't think that makes any sense.
It makes sense to me.
I feel like because what way do you have what measure or system do you have set up to make sure that you get the people who have your values or who respond the way you want them to respond? Like, you don't have any control of that. You're lowering your sample size, right? You're saying only these kind of people, and what we have now is we can only vote on people who can get elected, right? If you don't have enough money to mount a proper campaign, we don't have a sort of fair democracy in that sense. Not anyone can be elected.
So that's the thing. Like, I do agree that there's huge problems with the way it works right now. But what I'm saying is I don't have a problem with the underlying idea of representative democracy. Like, the way it works now is bad. I agree. Like, the two parties are bad. I think there should be either no parties or more political parties or both. I don't know. Obviously, like, there's issues of, like, financing the campaigns and stuff like that. There's lobbying issues. There's corruption, of course. There's
like one or two issues.
Yeah. Perhaps more than that.
Maybe three.
Yeah, like I'm not saying, like, the government now. It's just, it's the idea of representative democracy. It's sort of like my idealized representative democracy. Like, to me, it seems better than a sort of idealized pure democracy.
Let me ask these questions step by step and see if I can. I don't know what. Let's see what happens. So,
okay.
Why do you want a representative democracy?
I mean, I hate to say it's a long answer. I mean, there's a number of reasons. Okay.
Big one.
All right, hold on. So, generally speaking, I think that democracy is a good idea. Like, generally speaking, I think that if the population has no say or control whatsoever over their own government, then they're subject. They're more likely to be subject to the whims of a dictator who never leaves office, who essentially gets to be the autonomous, like leader, ruler of the country, and just sort of gets to use it for their whims and so on. Like, obviously that's bad. So I'm okay with the idea of democracy in general, But I'm committed to democracy. I guess that's step one. And then step two is, okay, like, how do you want to manifest it? And my step one is I don't like pure democracy for the reasons I said earlier. So yeah. I don't want that. So if I'm not going to have pure democracy,
you don't want pure democracy because why?
Because I don't think that pure democracy is a system that has a sufficiently good mechanism for minority rights.
Okay. And what is the system to protect minority rights in a representative democracy?
Well, it's protecting the representative officials who literally are. It's a fewer number of people that have the power to change things, and so it's much easier to affect change for that very reason.
Well, is it easier to affect change, or
I think
is it possibly easier? Because I feel like it could just as easily be harder to affect change if you can't convince those people to do what you want them to do, right? Because here's the problem to me with the representative democracy is the representatives don't have to do what their constituents want. Now, if they don't do what their constituents want, the worst that will happen is they're voted out next election.
Yes.
But between that point that they're not doing what the people want and that they're voted out, the people aren't getting what they want.
Right.
Because the representative doesn't now they
now why would they not?
Office.
What's the reason that they would not do what their constituents want?
And now that's a whole host of answers there, right?
Right. So like, depending on the answer, I mean, I feel like there's there's responses to that.
Yeah. Now the big reason that they wouldn't do what the constituents want, I mean, part of the reason is they might just disagree with their constituents, right? You could have something like a representative who wants to make sure that the plant stays open in his town so his people have jobs, but the plant is throwing off pollution and killing people, so people want to close the plant. Now, what does that person do? That's a tricky situation.
Okay, right, sure.
So you know what I'm saying? So I mean, you could have the representative just sort of disagree with what the people want. You could have them being influenced by
right. So I don't have a big problem with that. Interests. I mean, I think that I don't see that as a big problem.
What, disagreeing with what the people want?
Yeah. In the example you cited, it's not good, but I don't see that as a big problem. Like I'm not really worried about that.
You're not worried about it in terms of it sort of being a bad influence on the system, or what? What do you mean?
Yeah. I it's just that sort of like, well, he wants to preserve the plant. I mean, why does he want that? I mean, presumably, he wants it for the economic interest of the people. Like, it's not actually that bad, I think, and that
Well, but if the plant is killing people, I mean, if people are dying because what do you mean it's not that bad? How many people have to die?
I forgot people are dying.
Yeah.
I minimized it. It was just polluting. But okay, yeah. People are dying. Like that person is not. I mean, they're not going to get reelected.
Well, I mean, it depends, right? It depends on
and
who
if they
votes.
do, then the people do want it, apparently.
But then the minority who are dying they're not being reflected, right? Like their rights aren't being reflected. Because here's the problem, of course, with representative democracy.
But they can protest. They can go out there and try to get other.
Yeah, you can do that in a direct democracy too. You can listen. You can argue for the hearts and minds of people on issues in any sort of system, right? So I feel that'll let you. So I feel like you're still going to be able to influence things, and that's the problem right there with representative democracy is the people who have jobs at that plant are going to vote that person in because they next election because they kept it open, versus the people who are more affected by the the bad qualities of that plant being opened, who they might vote but they might be the minority. And then you have the situation where, okay, now you're still left with the minority not being represented, and it's sort of in this moral area of people are dying because of it.
Right, but there's things they could do. So there's that one person, and if that person is just going to get perpetually reelected and never change their mind, then obviously that's a stalemate situation. But I could imagine that situation. That person could end up being pressured from outside by other, forces that they might have other things they want for certain reasons. They might bargain away the plant or something. There's circumstances where I think you could still have that change, and it's only that one person. Like that's the only obstruction.
Mm-hmm.
The fact that a lot of people don't care about it is not determining. So under pure democracy, the plan just stays there, and everybody, and the best is the few people die, and that's it. And so at least there's some kind of hope. I think
I would argue with that. I would say what do you mean by pure democracy? Like I guess.
You're telling me people keep voting in the guy who's keeping the plant open that's killing people. If they're voting for that, then wouldn't they just vote to keep the plant open? I don't understand.
Well, no, not if everyone has access to be able to give their voice on the issue, right? Like, and it depends on what size of a society you're talking about, right? Like, Is it just everyone in that city voting about this plan issue, or is it everyone in the country voting about this plan issue? Because if it's everyone in the country, you're going to have an aggregate of ideas to where, you know.
Well, yeah.
I don't know what the outcome
wildly impractical. If you're talking about like everyone in the country is going to vote on every single political decision that gets made anywhere in the country, I mean, that seems like that's literally impossible.
Well, is it tough to do? Sure. But is it? Can I come up with a system where everyone can vote on every issue that comes up? I think you can. Is it practical? I don't think it's practical.
Yeah.
Is it possible?
I mean, I think it's
totally
like
possible.
wildly impractical. Like I'm going to vote on, some park regulation in Hawaii or something. I'm going to vote on.
If you're interested in that,
some
why
like
not?
traffic light issue in Montana. Like really, like why would I have a voice on those things?
Why wouldn't you have a voice on those things?
Because they have zero effect. They have zero anything. Like
okay, and if it doesn't affect you, why are you voting on it? I don't think you are. That's kind of my point. Is the things that people feel compelled to. I think. I mean,
but why should I
even
have a voice? I could imagine like a state with really large population and particular interests, might just be able to bully their way into getting all their policies, through just by sheer numbers. But like, is that good? Like, do you really want a particular region to just, by pure like geographic accident?
Well, I mean, it happens now. It happens in representative democracies that way. It's uneven. Smaller states have smaller populations and in terms of their representative in Congress is bigger.
Well,
you know what I mean? Versus a huge, not in the Senate, but
which is specifically created for that purpose.
Yeah, I know. I mean, I'm not saying the founding fathers didn't do a good job setting up the democracy, but what I'm saying is that there's room for other people to have voices, and that I think that can get stifled in a representative democracy, and I feel like I don't know. I'm not compelled, or I'm not convinced.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say I'm just not convinced that the best system we can come up with is to elect, people to make decisions for us.
Yeah, I agree. I don't necessarily think it's the best system. I'm just convinced that in its best form, it's better than pure democracy. That's it. Like that's the only thing that I believe.
I would believe that if I could see an example of a pure democracy not working. If I could see some example that was compelling to me where this bad thing will happen and it's worse than what would have happened in a representative democracy. Because I feel like any bad thing you can say that could happen in a direct democracy, you could find an equally bad thing that can happen in a representative democracy.
I mean, I agree bad things could happen. I guess. Yeah, like it's not that it's perfect. I just think there's little mechanism for minority groups to affect change in a pure democracy. Like it becomes like literally a numbers problem. Like you have to.
But that's the same in a representative democracy. I mean, it's the same thing.
No, because the representatives are much fewer in number than the entire population of the United States.
Okay, but then why would a representative, not listen to their majority but listen to the minority?
Well, you're saying they don't do that right now. I mean, they're not. That's the whole point of representative democracy. Like they are, once they're elected, they're autonomous. Like they get to make their own decisions.
Well, but the idea of a representative democracy is that they're voted in to do what the people want them to do, right?
I mean, yeah. I mean, theoretically, yes, that is the idea. But ultimately, they're not required to do that. That's the wiggle room they have as an elected,
My point
leader.
is, I feel like what you're saying is you like representative democracies because there's specific people to go to change things versus having an entire the main set of people having to do that. But here's my point: is
to literally change majority opinion. That's what it takes to affect change.
Yeah, it depends. But here's the thing: like I feel like that's almost the same in a representative because for a minority group to have something change, right? Let's say, let's go back to the awful plant analogy where there's this plant in a city and it employs a factory and it employs people, but it's also killing people on the other town over or the other side of town or something. The runoff is killing people, right? But it's a minority of people who are negatively affected. So in a representative democracy, in order, and it's the representative who they've all elected to, he has the final say over this plant, right? Let's set it up that way. Now, in a representative democracy, that minority group, the people who want this plant to be closed, yes, their only barrier to getting what they want is that representative, but theoretically he should be doing what the majority wants. He should be doing what people have elected him to do. So that minority group has an obligation to change the hearts and minds of their fellow constituents, their peers, and their citizens to affect change. And I feel like that is the same. That's true in both versions of democracy, where any minority group is going to have to. It's not just about lobbying that politician, that elected representative, to change their minds. It's about getting the majority to change their minds too, because if they don't, then the representative has less of an impetus to change things. Go back to the Civil War. If the North was like, slavery's fine, do you really think Lincoln would have had the impetus to end slavery if the majority, there was no major dissent? If everyone was kind of okay with it, I mean, no. What would be his reason to do that? The minority.
But also, I mean, if he had to take a vote, I don't think that would have ended it any sooner.
I mean, I feel like if he took a vote, you'd at least get you'd get a sense of who wants what. I don't know if it would end any sooner. I don't know. I'm not an expert about the numbers back then, but my point is that I can't imagine a system, in terms of the democratic system, where the minority doesn't have to, change the hearts and minds of the majority to get what they want, because in order for things to change, generally, a minority opinion has to become a majority opinion, or else the majority are going to change, are going to try to change it or change it back.
I do agree. That's the push and pull of the whole thing. But I feel like the key difference is that in the representative context, you actually can have a swift decision made by a small group of people, and that should be accompanied, of course, with some kind of public, campaign to sort of make this widely accepted. I mean, if you're going to vote something into law, you're going to want to at least try to appeal to people and say that this is a good idea. But I think it can go in that direction with representative democracy, whereas it's impossible for it to go in that direction for a pure democracy.
Well,
it has to start with everybody's already accepted it. And now now we're ready to vote on it.
I don't think that's true.
We can't sort of impose things and then gradually people come to accept it. That and that's the pattern I see, especially with minority rights issues.
It depends on what what a direct democracy means, right? Is it 51% is enough, or is it 60% is enough, or is it 95%? Consensus, and I mean that's a question you have to ask, because I think that changes the what we're talking about here. But back to your point about
it does. I mean, if you set it too high, and nothing will ever get passed. If you set it too low, then it's too easy. That would be a hard.
Yeah. So
I don't know what the ideal number there is.
I don't either. But I feel like whatever benefit in the representative democracy, you have a detractor too, because that same guy who can easily make a decision, he can make the opposite decision. He can make a self-serving decision. He can make a decision that neither the minority or the majority want. And, great, you can vote him out in 4 years. But until then, you're living under whatever people don't want.
They're not the permanent, they're not the permanent ruler. The majority is the permanent ruler. They're never out of office. They're never, ever out of office.
Yeah, but the majority, listen, I feel like in any, we're people who protect the minority. Now that's almost, antithetical to nature in a way, right? Because nature's survival of the fittest. If you're in a pride of lions and one of the lions is is injured, there might be some nice nurturing of the lions, so that it might help them or something like that. But generally speaking, that guy's going to get left behind and die. You know what I'm saying? So I think one of the things that we do as humans is we do protect minorities. We do protect groups that can't protect themselves, and I think that will always be the case. So I feel like you're not going to get you're not going to get 95% of Americans to vote that 5% of Americans to do something that's really really egregious. Because I think in somewhere in that 95% are going to be people who agree with the 5%, or agree that it's wrong to be part of the 95% who want to do something to the 5%. I don't think you'd get 95% of Americans to say let's uh, put to death everyone who's in jail, or do anything that really goes against the grain of sort of our basic morality. Whereas, representative democracy, anything like that stuff can happen all the time. I mean, we have, and again, I mean, you say you don't like the majority sort of ruling, but you're arguing for a minority rule. You're arguing for everyone to elect a small number of people and for that smaller group of people to tell everybody else what to do. And I feel like we see how that can work, and we see how that doesn't work.
Subject to oversight, like that's subject to periodic accountability.
And in a perfect, well-designed system, I think that's good. I mean, I'm not saying representative democracy is bad. That's not what I'm saying. And I'm not saying it can't work or it shouldn't work, or what I'm saying is we're in the age to where we can actually start talking about direct democracy, and we can actually see what would happen if we went down that road. And we know that at this point in the way our government is, it doesn't work. I mean, you have 9 people in the highest court of the land. You have 9 people who serve for life. 9 people who get to decide which laws, at the end of the day, which laws are on the books or not. I don't think that's fair. I don't think that those 9 people represent the majority of Americans or the minority of Americans. So, I think you see that structurally some of these parts of representative democracy aren't good. Now, you could say, let's just make sure we get that right.
Supreme Court judges are not elected representatives, so they're kind of
which might be a problem.
A weird
that makes it kind of worse.
I mean, I think I'm not necessarily opposed to reforming the Supreme Court, but that is different from abolishing representative democracy. Like that's that's like a particular issue of the way.
Well, but I mean, it's part of the representative democracy, because you vote people in the Congress, and then those or the president gets to nominate people to the Supreme Court, and
right.
you vote for the president, and then but it's still, he's supposed to be transmitting your voice when he does that, when he nominates those people, and he doesn't have to.
I mean, that's sort of true, but it's up to them who they nominate, and generally, I don't know, does the public really have any role in who gets nominated? I don't.
Well, that's my point. Is they get nominated to the extent that they nominate the representatives who pick those people.
Right. Yeah, but the people really don't have. I don't know, judicial, the judicial process. I feel like that's actually different from the making laws and sort of enforcing laws part that. I don't know. There's a lot of problems with the way that works right now. So but I feel like that's something that could change or not change, whether or not the way the democracy changes. You could still have a Supreme Court with direct democracy. They could just be elected by the majority for life or something.
It's a specific kind of institution. But I just think that more or less, and not all the time, but I think more than, I don't know, I look at something like the oil spill, right? The Gulf oil spill. If in a direct democracy, I think you would have had a majority of people say, let's make BP and the oil companies pay for this mess, and let's make sure it never happens again. Now, you could also have that same outcome in a representative democracy if it's organized right, but what we had, it wasn't organized for that outcome, and the companies didn't pay, and it could happen again. You know what I'm saying? And so I feel like if you leave it up to and then of course now when we're talking about the government, we've been leaving out of course influences on government, which is corporations, because in capitalism, right? Because that's kind of why those decisions get made, because they get to influence government and say, well, don't blame us, we'll pay for the cleanup, and we'll reimburse the people who didn't get any tourists, and if people get sick, we'll pay a couple, we'll pay some medical bills, but don't like slap us with what is a justifiable penalty. Because they can influence, on the higher level. And I feel like since we're at a point where corporations have so much power because money is now the voice, speech, that one of the only ways, or a way potentially to combat that, is to decentralize, or is it decentralize? I don't know what the word is. Is to maybe take the power out of the few people that have it in terms of Congress, and give it back to and give it back to the people who sort of volunteered to give up who volunteered to give up their voice in order to make that part of the government work.
Right. Right.
They say if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But I think if it is broken, you should fix it. And the fix doesn't mean start from scratch. I don't think that's necessarily that's necessarily not the short-term fix.
Right. You don't have to take it to the recycling plant or something. You could You could try to repair it. And keep it intact. I don't know. I admit, I could be wrong. I don't know exactly how it would work out. I don't know. I'm very skeptical about it.
Well, I'll tell you this. If you look back to Occupy Wall Street.
Yes. One more quick tiny point that I was originally going to throw out about Twitter and the Civil War. So I never quite got that out. I just wanted to say, I'm not actually sure that. I guess there's a sense. What am I trying to say? So, in a sense, the internet has brought people together. It's certainly made geographic limitations less of a problem with getting in contact with people who share common interests and so on. And yet, at the same time, I feel like the internet is also a tool for dividing people. It's also a place that houses a lot, as much, I would say, if not more, misinformation as things that are true. And also is it's been used by terrorists. It's been used by...
it's not... No technology is good or bad. It's all how you use it. And I think, I agree. The internet has good information, bad information, misinformation, all that kind of stuff. It uses to, bring people together. It divides people the same way. But it's a marketplace of ideas, again. And I think that is the best way to figure out the best ideas, is when everyone can give their input on ideas, and you have various ideas and you battle. It's like science. You battle for the best ideas. You battle for the best procedures and the best outcomes. And the ones that work are generally the ones that stay. And the ones that don't work in the long run are usually go away. So I feel like that's something like the best you can do. And yeah, you're right. I was saying this before. I think we went from, it goes back to information, and that's why all of this stuff is happening because of the internet and the transmission of information. Is because, like you said, people aren't limited. Information aren't limited to geographical borders anymore. So when you lived in a small village and you never went 5 miles outside that village, and the enemy was the person on the other side of the mountain, It's because your ideas couldn't translate. You guys couldn't communicate. You couldn't say these are my wants and needs, and okay, and now I can hear your wants and needs, and we can get on the same page. Once that could happen, once you could build a road to that place, once you could get there faster, once you could learn that person's language, then you could start communicating. You can start finding common ground. Then you can say, you know what, you and me are okay, but it's those people on the across the river that are bad, right? But then once you can build a bridge across that river and get a boat across that river or to the other continent, and again the ideas start being exchanged, and you go, oh, you know what, you're not that bad either. We have some common ground. Now we can form a state or a country. And you know who's really the bad guy? It's that other country over there. And I feel like that's just it's a paradigm that just keeps recycling itself over and over and over, where people start with the smallest subset of people that they can to identify with, and it keeps growing and growing and growing, and you keep adding and adding and adding people into that group sort of much as you can, and now we're in this place where we're in this world sort of global village where it's you don't have to go 1,000 miles across the country to talk to somebody else. That geographical boundary has been negated by technology, and so you can share ideas that way. And I think that will bring people back together by having everyone be able to talk to each other and everyone be able to share and communicate ideas. That brings us back to being in the same village in terms of my analogy. You know what I mean? Now we're this one global village. Yeah, we have all of these trappings of society and civilization and politics and government that we built over the times to get to this point. And there's still, statehood and all the, sovereign countries and all these institutions we built on top of that. But I feel like now we're getting back to this point. I know I sound crazy, but we're getting back to this point of
not crazy, just very
not crazy, but just
very idealistic, I guess.
I like the word progressive.
Okay.
Idealistic works too.
Fair enough.
But we're back to this place of
I
basically
don't mean
being
idealistic pejoratively. I guess people use it that way sometimes. But just in the sense that you're seeing a sort of positive movement of human progress.
Yeah, and I think, like I said, we're coming back to this place where we're our village isn't defined by location anymore. Our village is, and again, the location was only a limit in terms of the spread of ideas. Now ideas can sort of more or less freely be spread, and that's where change comes from. That's why Europe got the jump on the Industrial Revolution, because they had these cities, these compact cities with these huge populations with people and ideas, transmitting back and forth in rapid succession versus other parts of the world where people were way more spread out. Ideas took longer to change. And they didn't get to that point. And so I feel like, we're back to this place where we're now, going back to the village, as it were. We're now able to communicate and identify and relate to somebody who is not in our immediate geographical vicinity. And that's game changing. That totally changes how things are going to go. And I think it's inevitable. And I feel like the reason I'm not, more scared than not of change is because it's natural. Is because these are processes and paradigms and structures and systems that we see in nature, we've seen in evolution, we see all the time. And so that's why when people get really scared about the future or scared about technology or all that kind of stuff, I'm just like, well, how do you think you got here? How do you think we're here? We're where we are now. I mean, if you were born, 5,000 years ago, you'd be as scared about what you're doing right now. You're paying your taxes online. It'd be crazy. What are what's online? What are taxes? I don't know. What's the bill pay? Tell that to an Egyptian.
That's your three questions.
An Egyptian might be bill paid. That's too much change for me. I just want to, live and build a pyramid and worship the sun god. I mean, so I just that kind of
aliens.
Yeah, exactly. The ancient aliens. I feel like that to me is what fuels my positivity in terms of the future. And it doesn't mean that everything's going to be great. Like, I'm not an optimist in the sense that it means everything's going to be great. I'm a realist in the sense that things are going to be both good and bad. But I feel like we as a species and societies trend towards progress over time, and more rights for people over time, and more people, being lifted up over time. And I don't see anything that's going to make that not happen, because I feel like that is part of the evolutionary process of people and information and complexity. Because if you don't have minority groups being brought into the majority, you're not going to have progress. And things that don't progress die. Look at the Soviet Union. So I just threw that out there. I don't know if that's relevant, but I feel like
it did die. So.
It did die.
You at least
and
that.
I feel like there's some point there, but
yeah.
But anyway,
yeah, it's debatable about the
but
progress.
Listen,
but
I am keenly aware that not everybody thinks like I do, and not everybody, I don't think everybody should think like I do. And it's not necessary that everybody thinks like I do. It's just as long as everybody's thinking, that's all I want.
Right. Yeah, so, okay. Put in the Civil War. I'm going to get it out this time.
Oh, shit. You didn't say it yet?
I still haven't said it. I was almost there. But but it's okay. God, it's going to be such an anticlimax now. Sorry, guys, but I'm going to say it anyway. Just brace yourselves. Right. What I was getting at was, I think, I don't know, these things are hard to measure, but I'd say we live in times where people are very polarized about politics in particular. I would say, by my fakey bullshit measurement, I would say more so than since maybe the 60s. Probably not as much as the Civil War. Probably not even as much as the 60s, but still more polarized than in a while. And I would say that, oh my God. Wait, are you there?
I'm here.
Okay. Oh my God, I just got terrified you weren't there. Whew, okay, anyway. And so, God, now I lost my train of thought. What was I saying? Right, polarized.
More polarized, yeah.
So I think within the last, 30 years or so, even 40 years, let me do my math right. Yeah, since about the 70s or so, I would say the polarization, and I would say it's ramped up within the last 10 years to a great degree. And I would say, even more so, that ramping up of the polarization of politics is, the internet played a large role in that. And so I guess what I'm saying is I could imagine Twitter in the Civil War leading to actually a more cohesive, more effective South that maybe doesn't even loot, maybe actually successfully succeeds or something, or at the very least drags the war on longer. I could see it, leading in that direction, and even stronger, opposition, based on the internet, rather than a preserved union or a more cohesive country or something like.
I think I'll agree with you that that's a possible outcome in the short run. I don't think in the long run that would have been sustainable, because slavery is a bad idea, and I just fundamentally believe bad ideas don't stay around forever, because because an idea is like a virus. A meme is like a virus. It needs a host to be alive. And if it's a bad idea, an idea that's bad enough to be hurting and killing people, it's going to go away, because the people who believe that and the people who don't believe that are going to be fighting that idea. But back to what you're saying about the polarization of the country. Let's not pretend that the polarization of the country is natural in any way. let's not pretend that it hasn't been engineered by special interest groups. Let's pretend that the polarization, let's not pretend that it's not that we're not polarized on issues that are less meaningful than the issues that we actually agree on, right? And don't like fall into the trap of the media that loves to talk about the polarization of the American people, where that seems like it's just intractable, that's just Americans, that they're just always polarized, or we're always going to be this divisive, we are in a time of fundamental change in various aspects, but I mean there's been a decided interest from corporate America to engineer divisiveness in politics, and it's funny you say 30 years, 40 years. I mean, that's when that stuff started. That's when corporations were like, we're not content to be sidelined, to be on the sidelines and how this country is working. We want to engineer the country to work for us. And one of the ways to do that is to get the American people to fight with each other about issues that really don't matter, about issues that corporations don't care about. Corporations don't care about gay marriage, but they want us to fight about it. They want us to be polarized over it. So we're not looking at the real issues. So I feel like that's a good point you bring up, but I feel like it's an it's an artifice. It's part, polarization is going to be in any sort of group of people who have different ideas, and I'm not saying it's something that that you could have some sort of group of people with ideas and they can 100% be unified all the time or anything like that, because I do think you need different opinions and different ideas to fight each other to figure out which one is the best. And then let's try that, and if it turns out to be the worst, then we'll try something else. But I feel like, in your larger point about the polarization and the increased polarization, I mean, we have to point out why that is. We have to point out that a lot of that is racially based. A lot of that is.
Yeah. That's the other thing I was going to quickly say. I have not, and I have encountered racism in real life, but I have not encountered nearly as much overt racism in real life as I have on the internet. I mean, I regularly read.
Why is that?
I regularly read people making racist statements on the internet, and in real life, it almost never happens.
Well, that goes to society, right? I mean, we've engineered or tried to engineer a civil society where if you meet somebody on the street, you're not going to punch them in the face. That's civilization comes from the word civilize. You know what I mean? Like, so we do have a sort of moral quality to how we interact with people in our daily lives. You go to a store, you say thanks, they say thanks. You hold the door for somebody. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you might say is not necessarily seen in nature, because that's the stuff humans have decided we want for ourselves and what we call society. In civilized society, we want people to more or less be good to each other and to have that kind of thing. Now, in terms of the internet, you don't have that same kind of ethos, right? The internet, started out as being very anonymous. Now it's less anonymous because you got to register for this, you got to sign up for that, you got to have this email to do this, you got to have your name in this. So it's becoming less and less sort of anonymous. But that's the reason you get that, and I feel like that's to be expected. You're gonna get the racist person who can't shout what he really wants to shout on the street corner. He's gonna go on the internet and say it, and all the people who agree with him are gonna gather around his idea, and that's fine. Again, a marketplace of ideas, like an idea is an idea, good or bad, and it's going to try to survive, good or bad, and it's up to the people who don't agree with them to counteract that. I would say there's, and so I mean, yeah, there is a lot of racism and comments and stuff on the internet. Those same people, 100% of the people who do that stuff on the internet are not doing that in real life. And so they're able to get away with doing that because of the different level of interaction in society. You know what I mean? If every time a racist person somebody posted something racist on the internet, and all their immediate friends and all their immediate family and anyone that they cared about and anybody they had to work with and anyone they would interact with on the street in their daily life saw that would change their behavior, right? So you have permission on the internet to do what you want and say what you want, and I think that's good. And racism on the internet is, I think, less of an issue than racism in your face on the street.
Right. No. Yeah, obviously, but what I'm saying is that the internet has provided an outlet for racism, and provided a means for racists to congregate and to promote their cause and so on.
And just like it's provided a ton of good things. I mean, that's the thing. Technology.
Right. I'm not saying it's all bad. I'm just saying it's. The increased context that is created isn't necessarily good. I mean, it cuts. I mean, it has.
Well, look at this, my friend. This is what I would say about the internet and about people and about all that stuff. Is if you look at Facebook, if you look at Twitter, if you look at when people have the opportunity to form a connection with somebody else. I don't have statistical evidence, but I would say it's more or less positive. We don't have a version of Facebook where you try to find people you hate and then you make sure you hate them every day with every update. What we have is a system where you connect to people that you like or you want to like, and you say things that you feel good or bad. And and it actually goes back to Facebook was going to have this dislike button that they were going to roll out.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't read the whole story about it, but there was some hesitation about that, and I think it was a smart move on their part, because what the like button does, and there are times when I was like, I wish I had a dislike button, because if somebody says, I hate corporate influence on politics, like the like button means you agree with that, but a dislike button, as the word dislike means, like, okay, I don't like this thing that you said.
Right.
Even though, so there's a weird thing of agreeing, sort of disagreeing, but also, versus like supporting what they say. There's a sort of a maybe even a semantic difference. How we use the words, but
they are. They are different. You said like someone could phrase something really badly or use some bad metaphor or something, but you agree with them.
Like if somebody said, yeah, I was in a car accident last night. You could like that to show that you support what the idea what they're saying, but you don't really mean that you like that they were in a car accident.
Right.
But anyway, this Facebook thing I thought was interesting because I think it does change the tenor of that network when all you can do is like something. All you can do is promote this positive word, this positive quality, even if you could like something that's bad or like something that's negative or like something that's racist. But what you're doing is sort of forward, you're propelling this thing forward in terms of liking it versus disliking something. You'd start to get this tenor of negativity when in Facebook, to where somebody says I just won $100, and everyone who's jealous dislikes that. You know what I mean? And then you see in your Facebook or something that this had 1,000 dislikes. I mean, that just changes your the community, right? I don't know. So I think that's just an example of sort of going back to what we were saying about the internet. The internet doesn't have those kind of safeguards or anything like that, or any structure like that. But I think you see how that kind of stuff is important. But my point was I think people trend towards good. I think people want themselves to be happy, their immediate friends and family to be happy. And generally speaking, people want others to be happy. Not everybody, but generally speaking, they do. And I think that's fairly clear throughout human history. Now, you get people who become selfish and self-interested because of various real-world issues and needs and wants. But if you told somebody, I don't think anybody would say if something like you could have whatever you wanted, but only if, I guess it goes to that button, right? Would you press a button and kill somebody if you could get what you wanted? Like, somebody might press that button, but not everyone is going to press that button.
Yeah.
And that's the internet.
All right.
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I take your point. I just wanted to throw in the dark side of the internet, because I'm not saying that's the prevailing thing that it's done. I'm not even saying it's a bad thing overall. I love the internet. I mean, the internet is like the reason we exist. Like, the internet is probably like the thing I use more than anything else as far as technology these days. So I mean, it's great. I like it. It's got my seal of approval.
Well, I'm glad you got that in there, because the internet was gonna make you stop using it unless you said that. So.
I know. I feel bad about like having a podcast and then like denigrating the internet, but like I had to. I don't know. I had to throw a few bad words out there about it. Sorry.
I mean, listen. A gun can be used to kill a predator, and it can be used to kill a person, and you can't say guns are bad. It's all about how the technology is used.
All right. Yes, of course. Okay, so moving on from the internet, the next, I still haven't got to my meaty question, so I'm still on my silly question.
We've been almost 3 hours, and you haven't gotten to the meat of the wow.
Yeah, I mean, just the meaty questions with regard to Occupy Wall Street. So okay, my next little line of questioning is going to be about corporations, and exactly what you think should happen with corporations. So a few things that occur to me, so one thing is that corporations are, they're entities, but they are ultimately composed of individuals, like a group of individuals. Are there no people involved? I mean, is there a corporation that exists without people?
I agree with what you're saying in terms on face value, but there's a distinction I think can be made, because a corporation as a conglomeration of people becomes something else than just those people themselves. So that's the gray area that I like to point out. But yes, you're right. A corporation has shareholders. It has a board of directors and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
It has worker,
and the decisions about which politicians are going to be supported and which campaigns they're going to donate to, which politicians are going to lobby, and so on. I mean, these are decisions that are made by people.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay. So so on the one hand, you have corporations that, they're entities. I mean, the way they work is kind of strange, but, I mean, ultimately it's a group of people deciding to do certain things. Okay.
Yeah.
So then on the other hand, you have, individuals or even, rich families or something like that, but typically individuals who have a lot of money, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, they get to decide how they're going to spend their money. They might want to donate to a campaign. They might want to blah, 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 lobby Congress, the same things that the corporation might want.
Okay.
In fact, they might even be, a board member of a corporation.
Yeah.
Right? Okay. So, I mean, someone who has that much money is more likely to be, I would say. So, to actually sort of matter that much in terms of getting their money in politics. Okay, so I guess what I want to get at is so corporations have too much influence in politics, but how do you get around the fact that? So what are you going to do about? I'm trying to formulate what my problem is. So people are allowed to donate to campaigns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And people are allowed to give money to political causes and so on, and people are allowed to lobby Congress, right?
Yeah.
So do you want to stop allowing any one of those things?
I'm sorry, what were the things again?
Donating money to campaigns, donating money to political causes, and lobbying Congress.
I think, what I'm for is publicly funded elections, which means every candidate has an equal chance in terms of access to spread their message. It's not based on who can raise the most money or who has the best friends, who can find the best donors. That's not the kind of system that I think breeds the best democracy for the majority of people.
Okay, I see. So you want to not allow anyone to donate to campaigns.
I think if again, I'm not an expert on some of the smaller details or larger details of some of this stuff, but I think maybe everyone has a limit to what they can contribute, a very small limit to what they contribute. I think people contributing is important, but I think if everyone sort of auto contributes, which is to say, if you pay taxes, you're contributing to elections, and every candidate has the same, say if you're running for president, you get X amount of money. No matter, there's X amount of money for presidential election, and however many candidates there are get split evenly, or however people would set up that system. I'm not an expert,
right?
But to me, I think leveling the playing field as much as possible is better than making people, because anytime politicians have to go after money to get what they want, to either secure their job or to spread their message, I feel like it is altering the point. It's diluting the process. So I feel like, yeah, if you are a billionaire and you're really into politics and you want to give $1 million to a candidate, I say don't do it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. So, I mean, that will mean that campaigns, and this may not be a bad thing, but that will mean that campaigns will be scaled down significantly.
Yeah, I think that's great. I don't, they're supposed to spend a billion or $2 for the next. Why? Someone should try to convince me, or someone could try to should argue to me why it's important that we spend that much of our economy and our national attention and resources on that kind of thing. Like, when is it going to be enough money? Is $5 billion to elect the president enough? Is $10 billion? This is money that's going out of our economy, into buying airtime or whatever. And maybe an economist could say that that's good for the economy, or it drives this industry or not. I'm not an expert, so I will be a little agnostic on being too hardline about that. But I think in general, I think it's a bad idea. And in general, I think that the point should be which candidate can serve your needs the best, because that's the decision that you're making. And like I said, the statistic is you can predict who will be the president. Who will win an election based on who has the most money 94% of the time. Now, to me, that doesn't sound like democracy. It doesn't. That doesn't sound like something that is sustainable in the long run. That whoever can get the most money, because getting the most money doesn't mean you have the best message, right, or the best idea. Now if it was some sort of law of nature where the best idea attracted the most money, I think we'd be fine.
Right. There is a correlation causation problem there. It's not necessarily true that the money is the cause of their winning.
Totally. Yeah, exactly. But that's the thing. I mean, if a guy who raised $1 billion, if that meant that he had the best idea, I don't think I'd have a problem. But that doesn't mean that. That means that he was able to convince people to give him money regardless of his ideas. Because you could have, and that's the thing. Like, some of these elections that are going on now are getting record funding by one or two people or one or two corporations. Outfunding the majority of Americans who are voting in that election, or the majority of labor groups or whatever other groups that are raising money for that election. So it's like, when you have individuals able to contribute unlimited amounts, that that distorts. Again, it goes back to equality, right? Should everyone have an equal say in an election, or should some people have more say based on how much money they have? And I agree with the former versus the latter.
I see. Okay. Yeah. So I mean, I'm not really against that. I mean, that seems fine to me. Mainly because, like, I hate campaigns personally.
Mm-hmm.
I just can't stand them. So I'd be happy if they were scaled down a lot, because they just get on my nerves.
Yeah,
the whole process.
Campaigns become about politics and not policy. These like other issues become important instead of what you spend a week talking about this thing about Rick Perry, and the next week you spend a week talking about this thing about Obama. Next week you spend the media spends a week talking about this thing about Michelle Bachmann, and but who's gonna, but who's got the job plan? Who's gonna save the economy? It's like
right.
these huge things that matter aren't what gets talked about, and politics and the media and all that and corporations, they all have problems. The fact that they're all so related.
But maybe I'll just float, like, the only thing I can think of to defend the ridiculous campaigning is, the same reason you spend money on advertising. You if you have a good product, you can hope that, like, word spreads that it's good. Just from, like, the few people you can convince and stuff. But, like, it's more effective if you can entice people on a broad scale to try your product, to get people to buy it, than it is to sort of try to just do it, on a smaller scale, basically. So I guess the only defense I can make is that if you have a candidate you want to win, then the bigger their campaign is, probably the more likely they are to be elected.
94% of the time.
Yeah, 94% of the time. So, I don't know. Like, if that's the case, then.
But again, that goes back to my point about that doesn't mean it's good. Now, that doesn't mean, it doesn't mean that product is a good product. It just means you spent more money on convincing people that you should buy it.
Right. It doesn't. But I'm saying, like, if you actually thought it was good, then you would want to promote it more. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you level the playing field, there's sort of no, there's no mechanism for you to allow the candidate you like to sort of expand their, their appeal.
Their appeal should be, I think, expanded by the idea being good or bad, right? Like, everyone has the same amount to spend, so the good ideas are the ones that people are going to gonna spread. I feel like if we put this hypothetical up that we have publicly funded elections and everyone has the same access to election campaign resources, candidate A and candidate B are running. They have a same amount of airtime, the same amount of whatever you want to say about them running their campaign. They have the same sort of effective output of information. I feel like the person who's going to win is the person who has the best ideas. Now, of course, there's there's marketing and there's other there's ways you package the ideas that matter. But sort of ignoring that, the person who should win is the person who can convince the most people that their idea is good. And so if they're limited by how much airtime and how much they can spend and how much information they can put out about their message, then that means that the people who are voting, the people who are receiving that message, is up to them to say who's good and who's better than the other person. So that like candidate A and candidate B might not have enough money to reach both you and me with their messages, but if candidate A and candidate B had enough money to reach me, I could decide between which one I like the best and then tell you something about candidate A or candidate B. And then you can either like or dislike or get it. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like the best ideas will be spread, and the candidate who's better will be. Now, yeah, it might not reach everybody, but I feel like it's the alternative isn't better. What we have now isn't better. It doesn't necessarily, the more money you have, you're disproportionately reaching people too, right? If you have enough money to advertise during the Super Bowl game, that's one thing, versus if all you could do is put ads on a bench stop.
Right. And I also think that, because of the money problem, like, that's
What's a bench stop?
I assume it's a bench where there's a bus stop.
That's what my brain was trying to say, a bus stop bench, I guess. I just realized, what's a bench stop?
I just immediately knew what your word meant, so I don't know. I didn't question it, but you're right. That's a really weird thing to say. I think that the money problem is a big part of the reason why, like, no third-party candidate can get elected.
Exactly.
For example, so it does have bad effects, but I also think, like, I don't know, I could imagine a scenario where it's like, man, I wish they could have advertised more. Like it would have been better if they could have got their message out there more. Using advertising techniques and stuff that appeal to people.
I understand that, but wouldn't you be consoled by the fact that the alternative candidate, the candidate you don't want, their message isn't more prevalent than your candidate's message? Like, he's going to reach the same amount, generally speaking, the same amount of people as your candidate. So the playing field is even. I mean, I understand the impetus to want your team to win, or do you want your team to have a head start or better, whatever. I get that.
Yeah.
But I think but fairness, I think, is better than that versus a sort of self-serving, like, I want my guy to win. Even, I think my guy has the best plan. I want him to win, sure. But if everybody else doesn't think that, they shouldn't think that just because I like my candidate, or my candidate can convince more people because he can buy more airtime.
I guess, like, when you talk about, like, electing a president, like, it can be, it can be a pretty significant thing. And I guess I could imagine, like, getting into an ends justify the means kind of thing, where it's like, well, we could adhere to fairness strictly, or we could elect a president who's going to be radically better. There's a trade-off there. Like, maybe he'll win anyway, but, like, maybe he won't. maybe the advertising is the edge you need. So
I'm sort of confused about the point you're making.
Okay, the point I'm trying to make is that in a context where it really matters who wins these elections, both nationally and globally, and especially with the United States. I mean, the person who gets elected president ends up having a huge influence over a lot of things. So it's important.
Really?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah.
That's news to me.
Yeah, and
okay, I'm following you. So elections are important. Okay, continue.
Right. So what I'm saying is, like there's sort of adhering to this fairness, which I do like, of the campaigns, like, let's let them all play on the same field with the same resources and so on, like. That sounds great in the abstract, but what if that extra advertising, that they get, that the candidate you want to win gets, like, makes a difference? I mean, we've had some close elections in the last.
And that the last close election, the majority of people wanted a candidate that didn't get elected, right? I think in terms of the scenario you're setting up here, I mean, it could go the other way too, right? I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like, yeah, you get to this point where, I feel like, I like to set up horrible, hypothetical situations.
Oh no.
Like, so we have candidate A and candidate B, okay. and the world's gonna end if candidate B wins, right? But we have publicly funded election because he's going to.
Oh my God, I love it.
Isn't it great?
I'm a fan already.
Because he wants to leave the island, and
yes. But what is your wins? All right.
He's evil incarnate. No.
Is he?
So candidate A is going to do something, and candidate B is going to do something else, and but I feel, and they both have an equal opportunity to get their message out. I feel like it's up to them and their message to win. It's up to not the money to win, not the advertising to convince people that they're right, not the advertising to brainwash people or to confuse them on the issue or to whatever advertising can do. It should be that their idea and that their plan, that their policy should win, and that you should know, regardless of how much influence somebody has, with their campaign, which one's right and which one's wrong. I feel like because in your scenario, as you said before, like, it could go the other way too. The bad guy who you don't want to win has that extra edge, which happens a lot. So I mean, I don't think you should set up a system to where your guy could win sometimes because your guy could lose the same way.
Yeah, okay. I mean, I see what you're saying. I guess, I just had in mind, like, I felt like the way the Obama campaign was advertised, like I think that really helped a lot. I think the yes we can thing, the little like sunrise, like rainbow, just like all that stuff, I think really had an effect and made like people like congregate, around him, in a way that really I didn't see happening in the previous two elections. So,
well, and there's a lot of reasons why that happened. It wasn't just because of the campaign.
No, I agree, but I do think certain aspects of the campaign were a factor,
and I
a
think
significant
those
factor.
aspects, I feel like those aspects of the campaign could be true in a publicly funded campaign as well. Good art design, good messaging, effective organization, like that's not going to go away because you spend less money on a campaign.
Right, but you can't get it out. You can't print as many, buttons. You can't sort of have as many, bumper stickers or commercials or what have you. Like it's going to be, everyone knows those phrases and continues to make fun of them. I think because they were so effectively spread.
But at what point was that true? How much did they have to spend to make that true? Right. It begs the question: how much money does it take to get everyone to believe something or to get an idea like that prevalent enough to sort of meet whatever threshold we're kind of talking about here? I don't know the answer to that question, but I feel like you could have people just as fired up and spread the word themselves about that. Print their, if people who really, if they spent less money on the Obama campaign during the 2008 election, maybe they can't buy as much TV time or they can't print as many buttons and T-shirts and stuff like that. I don't, but I feel like the people who do get the message and who are inspired by it, they will do, they will help do the rest of the legwork. They will tell their friends about it. Good ideas will spread. The same way when Obama was coming up, I was talking to my friends about it and saying, who is this guy? What's he up to? What's he about? What do you think? It was great. The slogans and the campaign design stuff like that was great. But this is the internet, dude. You don't have to have a button. You can, he could have that design on the internet. He could put that design on the website. It doesn't cost that much for people to go see it. We're seeing a decentralization of that kind of stuff anyway, where you don't necessarily need physical advertising to get your message across. So, that might be another thing that lends itself to public funded elections, so where, to put an ad on TV costs a lot of money. To put an ad on the internet doesn't.
Right. But it's still true that more people see the TV ads. I mean, the TV ads get a lot more revenue.
Yeah. And let's say this. Let's say in order to reduce campaign, how much campaigns cost to run, no candidate can advertise on TV. Let's just strip all that money out, right?
Okay.
Now you have everything else but that, and you save the shit ton of money, right? You're spending a lot less money than you are, and you're still having candidates have equal access to people, an equal chance to connect to people, and still spending less money.
Yeah.
And again, I think there is, and not again. I don't know if I've made this point yet, but people have civic duties. It's not. I don't think you're right as a citizen to sit back and wait for some advertiser to tell you what to think. I think it's like whoever can be in my face on my TV is someone who I should listen to. It's like that's not the case. You should be involved. And if candidate A and candidate B have the same amount of money, it's up to you to figure out who to like, whether or not their message gets to you or not. If you are interested in that election, you should be able to go and do the legwork and figure it out. So, I don't think we should just say that whoever can spend the most money and reach the most people is the best candidate. Again, I think we should go back to which ideas are the best and which ideas are people convinced by, in the most level playing field as possible. And when you have money, especially unlimited amounts of money involved, I mean, imagine this. I can imagine a scenario where a candidate buys all the airtime for a whole week. He buys it all, every station, all his message. Why not? Corporations can do what they want. If he had enough money and he wanted to, have enough money or influence to buy ad time on every station, during prime time during the week or all day long or whatever. I mean, that's the problem you get, right? You can have somebody usurp the entire system and use the media as their own plaything, and I feel like that's what we don't want, and that's sort of something like the inevitable conclusion to unlimited funds in politics, because you can get these super political action committees who can raise any amount, unlimited amounts of money from any source in the country or outside the country. What's to stop somebody who really wants to win an election from raising $1 trillion if they could? What's to stop that? Nothing can actually stop that. It's actually legal. So is it fair for someone who can raise $1 trillion and who wants to use that money to pay back the people who raise the funds for them in political favors and stuff, versus a candidate who has a good message, or a candidate who the people agree with, who doesn't have any money? It's just we're not going to get a great system the way we have it now.
Right. I guess another potential problem I could see is sort of deciding, what the pool of candidates are that receive this allocation. I mean, it can't be infinite, right? It's going to be a limited pool, so there's going to be some kind of process of like who's going to receive the campaign funds, the public campaign funds. I could see that being a little bit hard to figure out.
You have to set up some sort of system, and I think it should be as many people who want to do it as they can. And
the weird thing is, like, the more people, like, the less money they're going to get.
Well, there'd probably be systems, right? If anyone who wants to run for president could, a lot of people would get weeded out in the beginning, I think, and in various stages of trying to do that. Because there is an organizational aspect to getting a campaign, underway. You still, just because you're getting money for your election doesn't mean you have the campaign staff to run a good election.
Right. Well, yeah, and also like the major parties, even though they'd only get a certain amount of allocated money, they still have their money from like, you're not going to not allow people to donate to the Democratic Party, right? That's still they still have a lot more money than any other potential like candidate is gonna have.
I would love to talk to somebody who's an expert on some of this stuff, but and it's not me. But I do think I do think there's ways around that, and I don't think we need parties the way we have parties now. I think it's great for.
But are you gonna outlaw them? What are you gonna do? Like,
I don't know. I think parties are great if they work. I think parties are bad when they don't.
The sort of general idea of like, organized like political groups, like, I don't know. To me that's just a fundamental thing that there's like, I wouldn't want to try to get rid of it, I guess.
They didn't always exist, and they didn't always exist in the forms that they are now. But I think if you have public funded elections, I think that is circumventing the parties. Now, you can still have people, like you're saying, like, I guess, contribute to parties, and those parties can lobby on behalf of whatever candidates.
Like they wouldn't be able to spend it on the campaign, but nonetheless, they'd still have that financial support that like.
Well, but again, there's no perfect system, and I think the system we're talking about there is better than what we have now, to where at least a third party candidate can run for president, because he's getting as much money as a Republican and Democratic candidate running for president. He might not have the political party to back him up, like an institution like the Democratic Party or the Republican Party. But we're closer to a fairer system. We've made one step closer, right? And I think that's progress. So I can't envision a perfect system, and I don't think there is one. But we've got to sort of work towards more fair systems.
Yeah. I think, I'll just go ahead and admit, like, I like the idea of public campaign financing, so I'm only arguing against it as a, devil's advocate kind of thing.
Yeah,
I don't
for the common man.
Yeah, I'm trying to be the common man. Like, I'm trying to think of what the problems, what problems could arise.
We've got 3 hours of problems here. So, are you into the meat of your question yet?
Okay, all right. So I don't know. It just the whole
I'm not gonna be satisfied with this podcast until you agree to go occupy Bloomington. I'm not.
All
So
right.
get your questions out.
So yeah. So here's all right. So I'll finally thank you for listening. I'll just get to finally the hang up with that. So right. So I like the underlying message. I agree with, broadly speaking, but I guess for me, so I guess here my question is, if wow, God, it's been so long. I kind of forgot how I wanted to say this. I hope I can get it right. So my question is like if there is no specific agenda or goal or what have you to this thing, why would I join it? Like I don't, what purpose is it going to serve?
So 2 points. I would say, if I would rephrase your question, I would add one word to your question and say yet, right? So they might not have a specific hard line goal or demands yet. Let's put a yet in there because
okay, that's fine.
I feel like I feel like to not give an organization time to get that stuff is unfair. And it's short sighted, They
well, I don't know. I mean, organizations get like this little organization that like started this whole thing. I mean, they have they started around some specific goals,
Well, and so did Occupy Wall Street. I mean, look at the title. It did start with a specific goal, but the point is here I don't think you can compare this to anything that's happened before it. In terms of any other historical time period, because this is a different set of circumstances. It did start with a specific grievance and a specific issue, which is Wall Street corruption and control of our economy. But because it's inclusive of the 99% who are negatively affected by that, it has now taken in grievances of all kinds of people, and until that coalesces into what everyone can agree upon, you're not going to get that finalized goal. And that is the difference between how other groups started. The abolitionist movement didn't start by everybody who had any kind of problem coming together and then finally saying, what we're going to do is try to end slavery.
Right.
That's not how that started, and that's not how groups start. Groups start with.
I don't think it would have started that way.
No, it wouldn't have, and it shouldn't have, and this couldn't have started the way it has started 20 years ago, or 100 years ago. Yikes! That's a new phone ringer. I haven't heard it with that ringer before, and I'm like, that's like a disco party.
Yeah, it's kind of getting down.
Like a video game. Yeah. So I mean, that's kind of my answer to that part of it. I say, if don't try to put this movement into, don't try to put it into any box that has been built before it, because it won't fit. It's not going to fit yet. Now, it might fit next week. If next week all the occupied cities say, hey, this is what we want, then that's the answer to your question, right? So I feel like you have to put a yet to that question about their demands and their goals, because it's only been some city, Occupy Minnesota or whatever, I forgot what city it is. They're on day 2, okay? They're on day 2. They don't, Occupy LA is day 8 or 9. Occupy Wall Street is like 17. So give these fucking places a month before they can figure out what they want, because every other group you would compare it to, or somebody would compare it to, has had more than that amount of time to figure out what they want. So I just feel like it's only fair to let and then the next part of that is it's self-organizing, which is why it doesn't have a firm list of demands, because to have a list of demands at the beginning of a movement means that somebody came up with them and wrote them down and says, this is what we're going for. And that is specifically what this group is trying not to do. It's trying to have everyone who wants to be involved come up with the decisions and how to act on those decisions. So yeah, I mean, and I think that's why it confounds people. I think that's why people are confused because they're saying, "Hey, how can I process this in terms of what I already know or what I've seen before or what I know from history or you know?" And I think you can do that in only so many perspectives. It is like other things that have happened before, but every aspect of it is not like anything that's happened because we didn't have the internet before, we didn't have Twitter before, we didn't have media before, we didn't have the financial collapse around the world before, we didn't have a global economy before, we didn't, you know what I'm saying? So all of these various things that have made this thing what it is, the recipe of this stew is unique and is of this time specifically. So I feel like that kind of stuff will come in time. It'll have to, right? I'm not the kind of person who thinks like whatever this movement does is 100% great or it doesn't need to define its goals or whatever it is. Just let it be. I'm not like really on that page. I think it will coalesce into something specific, but I think it needs time to do that. It needs time to organize and figure itself out and to figure out how to. Because I mean, that's the thing. There are super smart people who are involved in this, and there are people who have goals and plans. I mean, no one who goes to these things don't, no one, none of these people want nothing to happen. None of them don't have, they all have some. I'm doing this weird negative phrasing that's confusing me. They all want something in the end, but it might be different things that they want. So the point with this group this movement is, we can't decide, beyond getting, corporate influence on politics out, beyond that, this basic idea that there's economic inequality that's unfair in this country and around the world, but specifically this country, everything beyond that is up for grabs in terms of what the group is going to endure. And different groups are going to endorse different things because there's different people who want different things. Like I said before, what Occupy Hawaii might come up with as their most pressing concerns might be different from what Occupy Toronto might come up with. But I think in the long run, it's going to be, if the groups want to stay together and coalesce and be cohesive, they're going to have to, Occupy Hawaii and Occupy Toronto are going to have to come to a middle ground on what they want. So until all this is a huge complex network of communication going on here, because you have these individual cities trying to figure themselves out, and then the cities themselves are trying to do whatever coordination that they have, and doing this without a hierarchy of leadership, it's insane. But it's only possible because of the internet, and it's only possible because people are standing up. So to your next point about what you should do or why you should join this, or the fact that there's no end goal, why should I do it?
What's to stop me from saying something like, okay, call me, that's outdated. I don't know, email me, tweet me or something when you have an agenda, and then maybe, then maybe I'll consider it.
Well, here's the thing, right? I feel like what you were saying before about what purpose does it serve to join them now or something. Well, the purpose
I'm just not sure. I'm not sure I believe in their cause yet because I don't know what their cause is.
Well, I think like I said before, this is and this is just me. Like
I guess the organizing principle is too vague for me to sort of join a group. Like it's
and again, you know what? That's the thing. Like there's an ideology. Every group or every whatever has a kind of ideology, and the ideology here does attract certain kinds of people. Like if you're the kind of person who likes grassroots efforts and who wants to be a part of something bigger than yourself, or who wants to figure out how to create fundamental change, or you're just mad as hell and not going to take it anymore. This is the beginning of something, and the beginning of things doesn't necessarily attract everybody. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not expecting everyone to buy in right now, but I feel like what people can buy into is whatever economic injustice that they're feeling. If people who are being laid off, if you feel like you don't have job security, if you feel like you might have a job, but your health care is going up every year, you won't be able to save money for your kids' college. I mean, if somebody has like 5 kids in elementary school right now, and even if both parents are working, what are the chances that they can actually save for college and send their kids through college by the time those kids are ready for? I mean, come on, it's ridiculous. 5 kids at the very minimum of like $20,000 a year, which it wouldn't be, it'd be way more than that. Who can spend $100,000 a year on education? How much money would you have to be making per year to spend $100,000 a year in education? You can't. So this is my point. Everyone, I feel like most people in this country, the 99 percenters, can point to at least one thing they feel like is wrong with the country that ties directly to corporate influence over our government. And I feel like if you can find that one thing that makes you upset, then you need to go down there, you know, because and what you get out of doing that, what you get is the whole idea of solidarity, the whole idea of occupation, the whole idea of standing up and saying this is wrong. I might not change it. This Occupy movement might be over in a year. It might be over in a month. It might not change anything. But to me, and this is just how I feel, not everybody feels like this, but to me, like, being a part of democracy, being a part of the civic and political process is important. And if you don't, if you don't stand up for the things that are wrong, who will? You know what I mean? And it matters when people stand up, because people have give validity to these things, right? If there's 5 people occupying Wall Street, no one's going to pay attention. If there's 1 million people occupying Wall Street, it's going to get attention. And every one person matters. You know what I mean? So I feel like that's the reason to go, that wherever city that you are, because you're one more person who's going to convince one more person to come. Because the bigger the group is, the more their cause seems legitimate. The more their grievances seem legitimate, and the more people can see what they're about. And it starts it starts with one person, just like in with voting and everything. If you don't go and participate, that's adding to somebody else not going and participating. And I feel like if you're happy with the status quo, if you feel like the trajectory of this country is fine, if you feel like we're going to be better off in 20 years than we are now, then I feel like you don't need to be down there. You don't need to be demonstrating. You don't need to be speaking out because you feel like everything is fine. But I don't know anyone who thinks everything is fine and that the country's on the right path and that our kids are going to have a better future than we're going to have, and that corporations aren't going to bleed us dry before we're all dead. I mean, that is what they're designed to do. And we have seen the erosion of regulations that ordinarily stop them from doing that over the 20th century. We've seen that go away. And at the very least, we have to rebuild those safeguards so that capitalism doesn't eat democracy up. And so to me, for all those reasons and more, I think that's why I'm encouraging people to get involved in this, because it's not political in the sense that you have to believe in pro-life, or you have to be pro-choice, or you have to be anti-death penalty, or you have to be, you know what I'm saying? Like all of these sort of, very important primary issues to individuals, but secondary issues in terms of economics and governance. That kind of stuff matters, and that kind of stuff is affecting everybody. And I think if you fundamentally believe we're a country that should stand together when things are going wrong, then go occupy your city. Because how else can you show support? How else can you do it? And that's again why I like this movement, is because it's a very simple thing to go do. Is to go be somewhere, go move your body to some other place. That's the simplest thing you can sort of do. And if you can't do that, you can go on the internet and spread the word. But I think people should be involved in their politics and their government, or else the people, because ignorance and complacency get taken advantage of. And if you're kind of person who's like, someone else will go fight for my rights, I'm not gonna go do it. Someone else will go down there and protest. You are giving up your chance to have things change. You're leaving it up to somebody else to defend your rights. And if you believe that your rights are important, you should have the courage of your convictions to do something about it. And I feel like the least someone can do is go down to where other people agree about that central issue. And it's not, again, the reason I like it is because it's wherever you are. You don't have to go to Washington to march. You don't have to go to Wall Street to march. You don't have to spend a whole bunch of money. It's a very simple, basic way to be actively engaged in the political process and try to change and try to institute some sort of change. So yeah, that's it.
Okay. So, all right. So here's another question. Like, so how do I know?
No more questions.
God damn it.
You know what?
So I'm Mr. Everyman, and I've got a grievance, of some sort. I mean,
and you know what would happen? They would say, "What's your grievance, brother? What's your grievance?"
I don't want to specify because I'm trying to be as general as possible, but
okay,
I mean,
okay.
I'll say, for myself, yeah. I mean, there's things that I have problems with that, as far as the government, policies, laws, things, general things. There's all sorts of stuff I could say I have a problem with, right? Now, I mean, and full disclosure, like I don't get involved in politics very much. In fact, I'm pretty uninformed about it. I would say I don't really do my civic duty and so on. I have no high ground to stand on, but I'm gonna float right past that and get to my question, just acknowledging all of that. So I've got my grievance A, whatever it is. There's lots of things to be mad about, and I'm mad about one thing. How do I know that the best way to sort of get my grievance addressed is to join this amorphous group with no goals versus a range of other options that I have for sort of voicing my grievance, such as other organizations that are specifically targeted towards that particular cause, perhaps trying to start a movement for myself around that.
Hey, listen.
Writing my congressman.
The answer's simple. The answer's simple. If any other avenue is working for you, don't stop doing it. And I would say if you can keep doing what you're doing in terms of civic participation and add this to it if you think it's going to help. But what I would say is the other avenues don't work. Write your congressman all you want to. How has that ever changed anything? That's why people are doing this, is because doing those other avenues, those other groups, donating to these other organizations that have been around, that do good work, that people do support, that haven't gotten anything changed. That's why this thing is here. So it goes back to evolution of like this thing is here because there was a need for it, because it came about by some necessity. If there wasn't a need for it, it wouldn't be here.
But there are organizations that have gotten results and that have specific platforms, and so I mean, that's not a method that's guaranteed to fail at all. And like, why not do that over joining some?
Again, I think I don't know if it's a question of why which to join or whatever. If it's working and you think it's going to work, then do it. Nobody's saying don't do it. If you are part of a whatever group and they can actually lobby Congress and get stuff done, that's great. If whatever your issue is, here's the thing. If you have an avenue of change for whatever issue you want, then engage in it. This is the avenue of change other people have chosen because other avenues don't work. Writing your congressman doesn't work. Going to town hall meetings and yelling at your congressman doesn't work. Joining a group and going to protest with people, about whatever other issue doesn't necessarily work. This Occupy Wall Street movement might not work. It's not guaranteed to work.
Well, I mean, it's hard to even say what working would mean since it doesn't have goals. So, like,
well, working would mean things are different after it started than before it started. Now, what that looks like,
just different in any way. I mean, I feel like for it to work, it has to like have a goal that it attains.
I mean, I want to be general because I feel like it can have a goal that it tries for and not reach that goal, but reach a smaller goal or reach some other thing that's positive.
Sure,
right?
but at least something in that direction. I mean, it can't just be that things are different afterwards.
No, not different.
Things could be
but
worse.
I mean, works has a sort of positive connotation to it, right?
Yeah.
Because they're trying to promote positive change.
Right,
so
right.
If there's something,
perform a task.
If there's some positive outcome that happens, then I think that means it worked, even if they didn't succeed in their goals. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Even if they say what we want is money out of politics, but all they get is a new, maybe what happens is all these people who are in this Occupy movement get political will together to form a third party that comes and challenges the two parties. And maybe that's all we get is a strong third party, just like when the Republican Party came about, and maybe that's all we'll get. Maybe we won't fundamentally change the system, but that'll be progress. That'll be change. So I feel like you can have it work without it necessarily reaching whatever specific goal it starts with or whatever.
Well, I guess in that scenario, that's I mean, I guess that counts as working. I mean, depending on how effective that party is, I guess, but but it's just, I guess, like, for now, it's hard for me, and then just, to step aside.
Here's my question.
Okay.
Can I just say this? What else are you going to do? No, seriously. I know.
That's what I was going to say. So let me step aside from the everyman thing for a second. Like, personally, I don't like joining groups.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm averse to it. And you're talking about, like, the way you're talking about this group, it scares me even more than most groups do.
And I apologize for sounding so revolutionary. But
I mean, it's not even the revolutionary thing. It's sort of like the sort of amorphous, like, collective, like, idea.
Here's my thing.
I don't think it's bad, but it kind of scares me.
Well, and I know you, and I know why it scares you.
Yeah.
But,
okay, good.
Here's the thing. You're not signing your name on a dotted line. You're not getting a tattoo. You're not being branded. You're not being brainwashed. If you go and you join your local occupation and they start doing things you don't like, that's it. It's like any other group. I mean, if the group is not doing what you want it to do, you don't have to be a member. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like at this point, where it is now, where it's maximally inclusive, where it's saying no matter who you are, what you want, where you come from, as long as you agree or even disagree that there's too much corporate influence in politics, come join us. It's maximally inclusive. I can't name any other group that's maximally inclusive in terms of politics. So every other group has some barrier to entry for 99% of Americans. And this group has the least barriers to entry right now. Now, it might lay down the line, something might happen where we say these are our demands, and they lose 20% of their people who don't want those demands.
Sure.
Okay? But they might grow 2,000-fold by then or something, so it wouldn't matter necessarily. But I feel like that is what's important. That's why it's important to get to start to be there now before these decisions are being made, so your voice can be heard. So you can say no. I don't want this to be anti-government. No. I don't want this to be let's get rid of the Supreme Court. And when you're there and when you're in the group, you can have your voice be equal to everyone else. And then you can explain yourself. And then you can have people say, well, we think it should be this way. And if there's not 100% consensus, it doesn't get done. So to me, that's why it's important to go there now and to be there now, especially if you have a vested interest in the state of the country, as everyone should. So your voice can be heard, so you can be heard. So you can go up there and ask them yourself. You should go and ask them yourself. Why should I be here? What's in it for me? And I can't say they're gonna convince you or have an answer, but it's a place where you can go ask that question and not be judged about it.
Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I like it's that sort of motivation. I mean, like I even hesitate to go to like a protest or something that's about an issue I literally agree with. Like, so like this is so intangible to me. Like it's like like I see occasionally like on campus or something I see like signs for like, hey, come talk about whatever topic every week, book club, things like that, people meeting around common interests, or come play soccer or something, and like I don't even want to do that, but at least like at least in that case, like I know what I'm in for. I know why they're getting together. I know what they're going to do. I know what to expect. And this is like that, but with all this ambiguity and uncertainty.
And I feel like the ambiguity and the uncertainty is, I don't know. I think it's necessary, and I think it's important that is there for right now. And if this group never it's going to coalesce into something specific. It has to, by the law of complexity. It's going to have to at a certain point, or it won't be cohesive enough to keep its supporters, right? And I think people generally join groups, or to say, are hesitant to join groups when they feel like that group isn't going to affect any change. I'm the same way. I'm not going to, I see people who are on the street corner saying, let's end the war. I agree with them, but I'm not out there with a sign saying, yeah, let's end the war, because I don't think that's going to end the war. Why am I going to spend my time on the weekends with a sign on a street corner saying end the war if I feel in my heart that's not going to end the war? That's not going to get it done.
Well, good point. Well, I'm going to go hang out with a bunch of random people that have no goals when I don't think that's going to accomplish anything.
Well, and there you go. The point is, the point there is, I think there's 2 points, right? One is, I guess the first question is, there's no specific end goal, but do you believe that this has a possibility to change things? And the reason that I say yes, and not everyone has these reasons, and not everyone's going to agree. But the reasons I say it has the ability to change versus people who are, in my point about anti-war protesters on the street, when there's like 5 or 10 people on a corner with signs, I'm not going to go join that group because I don't think that they can institute any change in what they're trying to do.
But if there were enough of them, maybe they could. I mean, with people.
And you know what? That's the whole point. That this goes back to my point about why this group, I think, has the potential to change things, because if there's enough of them, things can change. This thing is in several hundred cities in the United States. It's over 1,000 cities around the world, and it's growing and growing and growing. And the worse the economic situation in this country is, the more people who are going to stand up, because they're not going to have any other option. That's the whole point. What other option do you have? Writing your congressman isn't going to do shit. Electing the next politician isn't going to do anything, because they have to go to J.P. Morgan Chase, and they have to go to Goldman Sachs to get the same money, Democrat or Republican. It doesn't matter, So what other option do you have? And I feel like people have a responsibility, whether they take it or not, whether they believe it or not, to stand up for what they believe in. And the reason I am involved in this, the reason I like it, for all the reasons I've said the last 3 hours, is because it's plugged into a moral fight that is going around the world. People around the world are being awakened to the idea that they can institute change when they bandy together, And I think that is what's different than 5 or 10 anti-war protesters on the street. Is that this thing is global. This thing is able to connect different kinds of people to join for the same cause. And I think right now it's to me, it's not the amorphous part of it isn't a detractor. It's actually a benefit. And to me, I think I don't think people need to go, well, what's the 20 things that this group is doing that needs to convince me? I think you don't need 20 things. I think like I said before, 1 or 2 things should be able to convince you that it, like I said, you don't feel like you have economic security. If you feel like it makes no sense why every time there's a debt crisis, teachers get laid off and firefighters get laid off and police get laid off, and if you feel like there's too much corporate influence in politics, all of these things that affect people, that no matter what your politics are, this stuff is affecting you. I think that is when it's time to stand up with your fellow man and say enough is enough. This is our country. This is our democracy. And if people don't actually stand up and demand to have control over it, they will not have control over it. So that's why I think people should get involved. Is what other movement can you get involved in that has this kind of potential impact, that has this kind of potential message, which is the central message of anti-corporatism, The other messages, the larger context of what they want and goals will come, and you need to be there to help decide what those are, because whatever you want is important. It matters. Whether your idea is, good, bad, or indifferent, you can, it's valid, it's worthy of being heard. So that's my point.
I see. So, but like, I mean.
Yeah, but I just told you people need to stand up for democracy. Yeah, but.
The but is not. I disagree with that.
Yeah. I know.
It's yeah. And here's something else I want to say.
There's inertia, right? We have so many real world issues to deal with in our daily lives of just survival that it's really, really hard to do anything outside of that. It's really tough to say, I'm going to work 40 hours a week, and I'm going to take care of my family, and I'm going to do things that make me happy, and try to do whatever else might be important. And the status quo and the people who succeed in this country and who like that capitalize on the fact that people are too busy in their daily lives to band together and do anything about it. And my point is, you can see the trajectory of the country over the last 20 or 30 years. You can see how the income of the top 1% has skyrocketed, while the wage for the average American has stayed stagnant. You can see that the deck is stacked against the average American worker, the average American citizen. It's not a fair system. If you're content to live in that system, stay at home. If you're not content to live in that system, go do something about it. If you don't want to go occupy your city, go do something else. But I say do something about it, because if you don't do anything about it, then you have no room to complain. Don't do anything about it, you're risking other people, because we're all in this together. No man is an island. We're all in this together. And like I said before, the more people who join something, the more validity it gets, the more ideas can be heard, the more people will join, right? And the converse is true. If you say, hey, I think what these guys are doing is pretty good. They might not have a solid message. Maybe I'll wait and see what they say, or I like them, but I'm too busy. Fine, that's cool. But you're risking the status quo being perpetuated by doing that, because you going to show up might bring, when somebody walks by and says, hey, I know that guy, he's over here, or somebody sees you wearing a shirt that says 99%, or somebody sees you demonstrating and it was 5 people there, now there's 6 people there, and then that person comes and now it's 7. I mean, that's how things start. That's how change starts, one person at a time. So that's the same that whole thing, every one person's vote counts, is the same true about this kind of direct action demonstration, is that everybody's involvement matters. The more people who are involved, it actually matters. So I feel like even if you agree with them, it's really not good enough. I don't want to judge people for what they do. Everyone has their own lives, but it's really not good enough to say I agree with them, but I'm too lazy to go. I agree with them, but I'm too scared to meet strangers. Or I agree with them, but because I think falling into those traps and those excuses, perpetuates the status quo. And I don't want to leave behind a world that's worse off than I found it. And at this rate, that will happen. I don't want to leave behind a world that every child born is born into corporate slavery, corporate economic slavery. I don't want to leave behind that. And not everybody is at a place or time in their lives to demonstrate, or to feel that much passion to demonstrate, or to feel that much passion to interact or whatever. But for those of us who do, I think you should do something about it.
Well, that was very stirring.
I can't tell if you're being facetious or not.
No, I'm actually not. I don't know. I started imagining some
Hands Across America.
yeah. There was this. I don't know. I was hearing music, and I don't know. I was picturing like that rally from Citizen Kane or something. Like it was just very like.
I mean, here's the thing.
I was kind of swept away with all of it, and I was like, "Oh, the stupid point I wanted to make. That's right." So, just
listen, like Gandhi said, real quick, be the change you want to see in the world, right? And
Gandhi.
He said everything, right?
I know.
And I think that's true. I mean, I think we live with this idea that society and institutions and government and these structures in our lives have always been there and they will always be there and they're too intractable to change, and it's just not true. It's not true. And even if it is true, it doesn't mean you shouldn't try. So that's the thing. I feel like we can design the world the way we want to. And the reason that there's inequalities and the reason that there's injustice is because it all goes back to resources. It all goes back to access to resources and distribution of resources. And with technology, we're entering an age where access and distribution of resources is changing. If we could harness the power of the sun and provide all the energy we needed for the planet, we wouldn't have to argue over whether we should drill or not. We wouldn't have to argue. You wouldn't have to argue about a lot of things if people had the same accesses to resources. And the way we get divided as a people, the way we get divided is economically. That's really where the race and gender and all that other stuff is secondary to economics. But what was your point?
Right. So right. I mean, like I'm kind of like dancing around the same point over and over again, but I just maybe I want to put it this way. If this group like wants to accomplish something, I mean, they're gonna have to, they're gonna have to take a stand on something. I mean, if they never take a stand on anything, then they're guaranteed to accomplish nothing, I think. So like that has to happen.
I agree.
And for now,
but when it happens, but no one person gets to point the finger and say it needs to happen now or it needs to have already happened in order for me to grant validity.
But doesn't
go ahead.
Like, doesn't that have to happen? I mean, someone had the idea for Occupy Wall Street. Individuals had an idea.
I've said that. I've said yes. They will have to, because you can't decide what you want until you decide what you want. You can't decide if you got what you want until you know what you want. So yeah, I mean, like I said before, I've said that before. They will have to, come to a consensus on any goals or any demands or any wants or any action. That will happen. But to say it needs to happen now before the movement has even got its legs under itself, I think is short-sighted. And to say it should have happened before it started is ridiculous. Because again, it goes back to this idea that 99%. You've got to get everyone on the same page first, and then decide what we're going to do. Other movements don't do that. The abolitionist movement didn't say, let's get the pro-slavery people to come meet with us, and then we can work out a compromise. And I'm not saying they should have done that. That wasn't what the point of that was.
Yeah, I know. They did kind of succeed. So
the point here is that what binds everybody is economic injustice. That's what the point is, and that's why you need everybody on the same page. Now, everybody who's affected by economic injustice or inequality or whatever has other issues that affect them, right? And have thoughts about why that core issue is there, and they have thoughts about how to fix it. And some people are experts at that, and some people aren't. And until you get everyone, to talk about this stuff and to figure out what to do about these huge problems. I mean, think about the problem that this group is. The central problem is Wall Street, the engine of our economy. That's where they are focusing their attention, right? So this is a huge problem that they're trying to bring attention to. To say that they need a goal or they need to have already had a way to solve a problem when they're against the behemoth like corporate America, Wall Street, and the American political system is ridiculous. It's ridiculous to assume that they should have that already, you know. And even if they did, it doesn't mean they could succeed. Even if they did, it doesn't mean that it's the right thing. You know, there's any number of groups who are anti Wall Street or anti corporations, who have things they want to see changed or policies they want to see enacted. It doesn't mean that those are the best things, and it doesn't mean they're not good things either. You know, so that's the thing. I feel like, yes, the things will coalesce. The best ideas will come to the top. The best ideas will reach a consensus. You know what I'm saying? And
right.
Like, if you go to the Occupy Wall Street website, they did publish a list of quote demands. It's not demands in the sense that this is what we want or else, or this is what we want. It's more of a declaration of the problems. And the other night, Occupy Los Angeles.
I think I've seen that.
Agreed with those demands. Occupy Los Angeles read what Occupy Wall Street put out, and they unanimously consented to a vote of solidarity with that list. And so now they adopted that list, and that's how it worked. Now, every other city necessarily hasn't done that. Not every other city will. Other cities can come up with their own action or their own list like that. So it's organic in that sense, and it's going to take time to figure that stuff out. And of course, we want things to fit into boxes we've already seen built before. We want to see things work in the machines of industry we already have, like the media. The media wants a spokesperson. The media wants sound bites. The media wants something to cover and needs a way to cover it. And how do you cover an amorphous story? Yeah, it's really hard. That's why they say, oh, look at these kids, they don't know what they're doing, and they don't have a message. And you have to be skeptical of the media, of course. Anytime a reporter asks a question, you have to be skeptical of who they're asking, why they're asking, and what that person's getting out of it, no matter what part of the media that they're in, if they're in corporate media or not. Everyone has some sort of agenda. Everyone has some sort of bias. And I think it's important for the average American to understand that, to be aware of that, and not to let the media legitimize or validate. Not wait for the media to say, okay, this is a good thing to go do, or this is a bad thing to go do. By virtue of how they're covering it or how much attention that they get. Because trust me, and this is just the way information works. If the media said Occupy Wall Street was the best thing ever, and it was wall-to-wall coverage, they'd have so many people down there, it'd be ridiculous. So you can get things going by just engineering information and using the media machine to do that. Like I said before, if there was more violence in cities, it would be on TV more. If it was more stuff that the media is used to covering, but the media is not used to covering self-organizing, peaceful, nonviolent demonstrations. Can you name any other self-organizing, nonviolent, peaceful demonstrations? I can't. And, except except for what's concurrently going around the world, different countries. So, does that answer your question?
I didn't really have a question. I just sort of made a statement, but yeah, I mean, but I don't know. Yeah. So I guess certain subsets of these people have made specific goal suggestions that I might or might not agree with. I guess what I'm saying is that my point was supposed to be and I feel like you pretty much addressed it. It was just that okay, that's right. That's what I was going to say. I don't think they necessarily had to already have their agenda, I guess. I mean, I'm not saying that. What I was saying is they have to, or they will not be effective eventually. I mean, it's going to have to come up at some point.
Yeah, and
otherwise it's going to be completely ineffective.
I want to put this caveat here that especially in recent years, but as history keeps going on, so many times when people say this thing's impossible or this thing will never happen, it's really short-sighted to say who knows what could happen with this thing. They might never come up with a specific list of demands, but they could get 85% of the country to be occupying their cities, and then the government institutes actions that they want without ever having to have specific demands unilaterally agreed to by everybody.
Well, how do they know what the actions they want are if they never state? I mean,
well, they know what the central action is. They know what the central problem is. No one's disagreeing over the central tenet, which is Occupy Wall Street. It's not just Occupy. It's not just Occupy your city. It's not Occupy the Fed. It's Occupy Wall Street. That is the central tenet. Okay, so I feel like that's the crux of what everything revolves around.
But right. So, but what does that mean? Like you want to what? What to Wall Street? What do you want to do? Like,
hey, let's figure it out. Let's figure it out.
Okay, I mean, sure.
I mean,
but let's figure it out and then form a group about it. I don't know.
Well, there's any number of things to do. I don't know what the best thing is to do. I mean, you could tax Wall Street. You could tax them on those super, they make these computerized trades where one bank trades, one stock company or bank trades stuff to another company and they sell it back, and they have these lightning transactions where they sell stocks 1,000 times a second, and they're sitting back on their computer with their feet up on the desk pressing buttons, making money off of money off of money off of money, which is just actually taking money out of the economy and not actually providing any goods or services. So I mean, I don't have all the answers in terms of what to do about it. People will figure that out when there's enough people to voice their opinion about what the problems are and what the potential solutions are. I mean, it's inevitable that there will be a conclusion to this. There's inevitable that that people are gonna get together and say, this is what we want.
I just think like if if any group like just came out and said like, well, we just don't like this thing, and didn't have any sort of proposals, like I don't think they would have really accomplished much. I feel like you sort of have to have something you're bringing to the table.
Group. This is not like any other group. Like if you had a group in your analogy that was big enough, it could accomplish something without. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not making a good statement about this, but I feel like it could accomplish something without ever getting specific. If it's enough people who are pointing to a problem, then the problem will be addressed. Now, if they never come to a specific goal, then they can't say they reached that goal, right? If you don't have a specific goal, you can't say you reached it, but you can still affect change. So I feel like change could happen whether or not this group solidifies into concrete goals, but that being said, I do think it will solidify into concrete goals at a certain point.
Yeah.
Because it's already changed, right?
I think if the people involved want something to happen, then they will be, which I think they do.
Yeah.
Then they'll be led to.
And of course, these people aren't gonna. They're not. They're dedicated to not leaving until something does happen. Now they have to decide what is that something.
Right.
But here's the thing. Say for instance, here's a hypothetical. So, the Occupy movement keeps growing and growing, getting more and more people. And say the United States, say it gets 1 million people around the United States, like occupying their individual cities. They haven't yet come up with specific goals that it wants. Besides, we don't like Wall Street, we want economic fairness, blah, 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 blah. Everything else we're still figuring out. That might be enough people to have Congress tax Wall Street. And then that action might be big enough to have 80% satisfied and go home. Or it might not be. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like it's really, I feel like we're in a new era, man. We're in the 21st century. Like, shit's changing fast and we can deal with it. And we're not going to know what happens until it happens. So so it's hard to, I think it's naive to look at the situation and try to look in the future and to try to figure out what could happen without knowing, what the group is going to be like and how people are going to respond to it. and what is possible. Because like I said, Congress could say, you know what, we got this is a hazard. We're getting too much violence in the streets. We got 1 million people and growing occupying their cities. People aren't going to work. People whatever. We need to do something about it. We're going to tax Wall Street. We're going to send people to jail who committed these frauds and collapse the economy. That might be enough to satiate people. That might be all they're looking for in the aggregate, without ever coming to a specific 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 list of demands. I feel like that's a possibility. Now, because I might be satisfied with that. You punish people on Wall Street, and then and the government says we're going to, pass a jobs plan, and we're going to tax people fairly. That's enough for me. I don't need. I'm not going to be there until we get direct democracy.
But how would they know to do those things? I mean, I feel like the idea has to come from somewhere. Like at some point, someone has to suggest.
They know because they're gonna say this is what the people are talking about. They're gonna say these people are upset about Wall Street. How can we fix this? Politicians know what's wrong.
So what you're saying is we'll just say some stuff that we don't like and let the politicians figure out how to fix it?
I'm saying that's not the goal of the movement, but what I'm saying is that what people want is action and change, right? And I don't think that the group has to hand over a list to the government and say change these things in order for things to be changed.
Well, yeah, I agree. But in order for the group to affect change, I think they do have to do that.
No, I disagree. I think in order for the group to affect change, it needs to be a large number of people demonstrating. That's the bare minimum to affect change, is to have enough people engaged in the movement that it gets attention, that people are drawn to the issues and the causes. That is the bare minimum. Everything outside of that is extra, and it might be more efficient. I mean, yeah, having a list of demands might be a more efficient way to do change. I don't think it's necessary. That's just me. I think what's most important in this
so what's going to change? I just don't see the mechanism for this thing changing when nothing is ever like on the table to change.
It's what do you mean? I mean, I don't know what you mean. Like, go back to my analogy about about you get 1 million people or 2 million people or 3 million people or 4 million people or 5 million people out on the streets, and the government has to respond to that. And they say, how can we get these? These people are such a disparate group of people with so many different issues, but their main issue is economic injustice and the fact that Wall Street wasn't punished or even held accountable for collapsing the economy. How can we fix that? I mean, that's what government does all the time, is try to look at what people are yelling about and try to do something. Sometimes they don't do anything. But I mean, and so my hypothetical could be a situation where they say, well, let's try taxing Wall Street, or let's find the people who perpetrated this fraud and send them to trial and have a public trial of these people. And in the savings and loan scandal back in the 80s, there was like 100 people who went to jail over that. Nobody went to jail crashing the economy in 08. People are upset about that. That's part of what people are demonstrating about. That it's unfair. So that's my point. I hope I'm making that clear, that you can have a situation where just by the sheer volume of people who are upset, without ever having to specify what goal they want in order to be satisfied, just by that number of people being large enough, and it does have to be 1,000 people is not enough, 100,000 people is probably not enough, 1 million people might not even be enough, right? Without having definitive goals and wants. But I think there is a number that just by that number alone will make those in power try to satisfy those people. They will be compelled to satisfy those people because there will be problems with having that large group of people doing what they're doing. There's only so many people who can fit in Zuccotti Park. There's only so many people who can fit downtown any city. You know what I'm saying? And if it keeps growing and growing and growing, whether or not they, if it keeps growing, and it before they get to a point where they can even decide what to do, the government could institute actions before they have to decide what are your 3 things you want as this large group of people. I feel like that's a possibility. It might not be the most efficient thing to do. It might not be the best
right, and
thing to
I
do.
mean, the government's going to take their cues for like what the people want, based on what they say they want. Like, I mean,
Yeah.
you know what I mean? So if they get the idea, like, let's
listen, the
tax
whole
Wall
point is
Street.
they're saying what they want by being there, right? That's what they're saying. That's what they want. If you were there, if you were occupying your city, you were saying what you want. You want something to change. So you are making a statement without having to have a list of demands. You're saying you want things to be different. Now, yes, if you don't come up with a list of demands, then the people you trying to demand things for might not give you what you want, but they might give you something. They might try something, and it might not work. The government, my same analogy or hypothetical, like, the government could tax Wall Street and it could send to jail the people who did this, and that might not be enough. People are still gathering. People are still
the
occupying.
Government might decide to, deregulate the financial sector more. They might decide to do more offshore drilling.
Yeah.
I mean, who knows what they might decide? But if for all they know, the people want those things. Like if they don't say that they don't.
Not. I mean, that's come on, dude. I don't think that's fair to say. For all they know, that's what people want. You think for all they know, the people who are occupying want more offshore drilling, and that's going to be their way to satisfy those people?
If they don't say anything about what they want, then yes, for all they know, that's what they want.
We've been talking for 4 hours now, and you're telling me that this group hasn't said what they wanted? That they haven't said anything of what they want?
Of course, I mean, yeah. So they said some vague things about what they want, right? Sure, but
yeah.
I think so right. So you're proposing like, okay, we can make these sort of vague statements and then let politicians come up with some way to address those things. I guess that's fine. I don't know if I really like that as a model for like political change.
Okay, that's fair enough, and I'm not saying that's the model this group is using, and I'm not saying that's a good model. What I'm saying is there are avenues in the future from here to whatever happens. There's various paths to change. One path could be this group coming up with a list of demands and the government listening. That's one path. Another path could be the group grows so big that before it ever gets a list of firm demands, because there's so many people involved, that the government institutes change. And a result of that could be people keep coming. That's not good enough. Or a result of that could be 80%, 50%, 20%, or whatever percent of the people say, I'm satisfied, I'm going home. And then the movement dies. But there's some change that happens. You see what I'm saying? I'm not saying either one is good, and I'm probably saying that having a list of demands is more effective. But what I'm saying is there's there's other avenues than just people, because I'm tired of people saying if this group doesn't come up with a list of demands in 2 days, there is a hopeless cause. And they could be right. I can't predict the future. I don't know what's going to happen. I don't know what's going to make this movement grow or die. But what I do know is this group needs to have time to figure out what it wants, because it's doing something that hasn't been done before. And I do think that in order to play into the infrastructure that we already have in terms of instituting change, yes, it's more effective to A, have a list of demands, B, have people who can speak eloquently on your causes and your issues, C, have a cohesive message and ideology. I think those things are important in terms of instituting change, particularly in light of America and how America operates. I think that's definitely important. My only point is we can't necessarily say that those are the only qualities for success. That if you don't have those things, you're going to fail. I don't think you can say that, because this, like I said before, this is a box that hasn't been made before. This is something that hasn't been done before in this country the way it's been being done now. And you can say all you want that it's not going to work unless they have X, Y, Z. I just don't think you're necessarily right. And you might be right. We might find out that, hey, you know what, no matter what happens, some historian or, some political scientist might say, no matter what happens, these are the 3 things a group needs to succeed, no matter what the group wants. That's just a fundamental fact of social, societal change or something. I don't know. But all I'm saying is I think there's different avenues of success and change, and that